Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 183. Verna peeked into Warren's tent. Unbidden, a smile came to her lips when she saw his shape on his blankets in the darkness, probably pondering some young prophet's thought. She smiled at how much she loved him, and at knowing how much he loved her. Verna and Warren, having both grown up at the Palace of the Prophets, had known each other nearly their whole lives. Her gift as a sorceress was destined to be used to help train young wizards, while his gift as a wizard destined him toward prophecy. Their paths didn't cross in a serious way until after Verna returned to the palace with Richard. Because of Richard and his huge impact on life at the palace, events brought Verna and Warren together and their friendship grew. After Verna was named prelate, during their struggle against the Sisters of the Dark, she and Warren had depended on each other for their very lives. It was during that struggle that they had become more than friends. After all those years in the palace, only now had they really found each other and found love. At the thought of what she had to tell him, her smile faded. "Warren," she whispered, "are you awake?" "Yes," came a quiet reply. Before he could have a chance to rise and take her into his arms, and she lost her nerve, she stepped to his tent and blurted it out. "Warren, I've made my decision. I'll have no argument from you. Do you understand? This is too important." He was silent, so she went on. "Amelia and Janet are my friends. Besides being sisters of the light in enemy hands, I love them. They would do the same for me. I know they would. I'm going after them, and any others I can rescue." "I know," he whispered. He knew. What did that mean? Silence dragged on in the darkness. Verna frowned. It wasn't like Warren not to argue about such a thing. She had been ready for his argument, but not his calm acceptance. Using her Han, the force of life and spirit through which the magic of the gift worked, Verna lit a flame in her palm and passed it to a candle. He was huddled on his blanket, his knees pulled up and his head resting in his hands. She knelt down before him. "Warren, what's wrong?" His face came up. His blue eyes were rimmed with red. His face was sickly pale. Verna clutched his arm. "Warren, you don't look well. What's wrong?" "Verna," he whispered, "I have come to realize that being a prophet is not the wonder I had imagined." Warren was the same age as Verna, but looked younger because he had remained at the Palace of the Prophets under its spell that retarded aging, while she went on her 20-odd-year journey to find Richard. Warren didn't look so young at the moment. Warren had only recently had his first vision as a prophet. He had told her that the prophecy came as a vision of events accompanied by words of the prophecy. The words were what were written down, but it was the vision that was the true prophecy. That was why it took a prophet to truly understand the meaning of the words. They invoked the vision that was being passed on from another prophet. Hardly anyone knew this. Everyone tried to understand prophecy by the words. Verna now knew, from what Warren had told her, that this method was inadequate at best and dangerous at worst. Prophecy was meant to be read by other prophets. She frowned. "Have you had a vision? Another prophecy?" Warren ignored the question and asked one of his own. "Verna, do we have any Radahan with us?" "The collars around the young men who escaped with us are the only ones. We didn't have time to bring any extras. Why?" He put his head back in his hands. Verna shook a finger at him. "Warren, if this is some trick to try to get me to stay here with you, it won't work. Do you hear me? It won't work. I'm going, and I'm going alone. That's final." "Verna," he whispered, "I have to go with you." "No, it's too dangerous. I love you too much. I won't risk anyone else. If I have to, I will order you as prelate to stay here. I will, Warren." His head rose again. "Verna, I'm dying." Icy goosebumps tingled across her arms and thighs. "What?" "Warren, I'm having the headaches. The headaches from the gift." Verna was choked silent with the realization of the deadly nature of what he had just said. The whole reason the Sisters of the Light took boys born with the gift was to save their lives. Unless schooled, the gift could kill him. The headaches were a manifestation of the fatal nature of the gift going awry. Besides providing the sisters with control over the young wizards, the most important function of the collar was its magic, which protected the life of the boy until he could learn to control his gift. Because of all that had happened, Verna had taken Warren's collar off long before it was customary. "But Warren, you've studied a long time. You know how to control your gift. You shouldn't need the Radahan for protection any longer." "If I was an ordinary wizard, that may be true. But my gift is for prophecy. Nathan was the only prophet at the palace in centuries. We don't know how the magic works in a prophet. I only recently had my first prophecy. It signifies a new level of my ability. Now I'm having the headaches." Verna was suddenly in a panic. Her eyes were tearing. She threw her arms around him. "Warren, I'll stay. I won't go. I'll help you. We'll do something. Maybe we could take a collar off one of the boys and you could share it. That might work. We'll try that first." His arms pulled her tight. "That won't work, Verna." A sudden thought flashed into her mind, making her gasp with relief. It was so simple. "Warren, it's all right. It is. I just realized what we can do. Listen to me. Verna, I know what—" She shushed him. She held him by the shoulders and looked into his blue eyes. She brushed back his wavy blonde hair. "Warren, listen. It's simple. The reason the sisters were founded was to help boys born with the gift. We were given Radahan to protect them while we teach them to control their gift. Verna, I know all that, but listen. We have the collars to help them because we don't have wizards who can do what is needed. In the past, greedy wizards refused to help those born with the gift. An experienced wizard can join with your mind and pass on the protection, show you how to put the gift right. It's simple for a wizard to do, but not a sorcerer. We need only to visit a wizard." Verna pried the journey book from her belt and held it before his eyes. "We have a wizard, Zed. All we have to do is talk to Anne and have her and Zed meet us. Zed can help you, and then you'll be all right." Warren stared into her eyes. "Verna, it won't work." "Don't say that. You don't know." "You don't know, Warren." "Yes, I do. I've had another prophecy." Verna sat back on her heels. "You have? What was it?" Warren pressed his fingertips to his temples. She could see that he was in pain. She knew that the pain of the headaches from the gift were excruciating. In the end, if not corrected, they were fatal. "Verna, now you listen to me for a change. I have had a prophecy. The words aren't important. The meaning is." He took his hands away from his head and looked her in the eye. In that moment, he looked very old to her. "You must do what you plan and go after the sisters. The prophecy didn't say whether you will succeed, but I must go with you. If I do anything else, I will die. It's a forked prophecy, an either-or prophecy." She cleared her throat. "But surely there must be something." "No. If I stay, or if I try to go to Zed, I will die. The prophecy doesn't say that if I go with you, I will live, but it does say that going with you is my only chance. End of discussion. If you want me to stay, I will die. If you try to take me to Zed, I will die. If you want me to have a chance to live, then you must take me with you. Choose, prelate." Verna swallowed. As a sister of the light, a sorceress, she could tell by the distinctive murky cast to his eyes that he was in the pain of a headache from the gift. She also knew that Warren would not lie to her about a prophecy. He might pull some trick to go with her, but he would not lie about a prophecy. He was a prophet. Prophecy was his life, maybe his death. She took his hand up in hers. "Get some supplies together. Get 2 horses. I have to go tell Addie something, and then I must talk to my advisors, let them know what to do while we're gone." Verna kissed his hand. "I won't let you die, Warren. I love you too much. We'll do this together. I'm not sleepy. Let's not wait till morning. We can be on our way in an hour." Warren drew her to him in a thankful embrace. Chapter 24. From the solace of the shadows, he watched as the middle-aged man closed the door and stood in the dim hall a moment to tuck in his shirt over his potbelly. The man chortled to himself and then thumped off down the hall to disappear as he descended the stairs. It was late. It would be several hours yet before the sun was up. With the walls painted red, the candles set before silvered reflectors at either end of the narrow hall were able to provide precious little useful light. He liked it that way, the way the comforting cloak of shadows in the pit of the night lent its mood to such nefarious needs. Debauchery was best indulged in the night, in the darkness. He stood a while in the quiet obscurity of the hall, savoring his desire. It had been too long. He let his lust have reign and felt its glorious, wanton ache fill him. He closed his mouth and breathed through his nose to better experience the range of aromas, both transcendent and abiding. He put his shoulders back and used his abdominal muscles to draw slower, deeper breath. He counted a variety of scents, from the smells men carried in and took away with them back to their own lives, the smells of their work, horse, clay, grain dust, the lanolin soldiers used in the care of leather uniforms, and the oil they used for sharpening their weapons, to a redolent wisp of almond oil, and the stale dirt and wet wood of the building. It was an afferent feast that was only just beginning. He glanced the length of the hall again, checking. He heard no sounds of lust coming from any of the other rooms. It was late, even for an establishment like this. The fat, pot-bellied man was probably the last of them, except for himself. He liked to be last. The evidence of the events before he arrived and the lingering smells gave him a rush of sensation. His senses were always heightened in his aroused state, and he valued all the details. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the throbbing of his need. She would help him. She would sate his desire. That was what they were here for. They offered themselves willingly. Other men, like the pot-bellied man, simply threw themselves on a woman, grunted in a moment of satisfaction, and it was over. They never gave thought to what the woman was feeling, to what she needed, to giving her satisfaction. Those men were no more than rutting beasts, ignorant of all the details that could add to the climax for both. Their mind's eye was too focused on the object of their lust. They didn't see the integral parts of the wider setting that led to true satisfaction. It was the fleeting, the ephemeral, that created a transcendent experience. Through uncommon perception and his singular awareness, he could net such evanescent events and commemorate them forever in his memory, thus giving the transient nature of satisfaction permanent. He felt fortunate that he could see such things, and that he at least could bring fulfillment to women. At last he took a settling breath, and then advanced silently down the hall. Marking the way, the shadows and tiny rays of light mirrored off the silvered candle reflectors slipped across his body. He thought that if he was mindful, he might someday be able to feel the touch of the light and of the dark. Without knocking, he opened the door the pot-bellied man had come from and stepped into a room. Gratified to see that it was nearly as dim as the hall. With a finger, he shut the door. Behind the door, the woman was just pulling her panties up her legs. She spread her knees and squatted a bit, drawing them up tight against herself. When her sky-blue eyes finally turned up to look at him, her only reaction was to toss the sides of a robe together over the rest of her bare body and casually flip the silk belt together into a loose knot. The air carried the odor of the hot coals in the warming pan under the bed, the weak but clean aroma of soap, the light fragrance of body powder, and the cloying scent of a sickly sweet perfume. But pervading it all, like the darkness that shaped shadows, was the lingering smack of lust, pointed with the arresting scent of semen. The room had no windows. The bed, covered with stained, rumpled sheets, was pushed into the far corner. Even though it wasn't large, the bed took up a good part of the room. Against the wall, beside the head of the bed, sat a small, simply made pine chest, probably for personal items. On the wall over the head of the bed hung an ink drawing of two people coupled in passion. It left nothing to the imagination. A wash basin sat centered on a wobbly-looking cabinet beside her, behind the door. In its edge, the white wash basin had a stained, kidney-shaped chip with a crack that looked like an artery coming from the kidney. The cloth hanging over the side of the basin still dripped. The milky water in the basin gently sloshed from side to side. She had just washed herself. They each had their own habits. Some didn't bother to wash, but they were usually the older, unattractive ones who were paid little and cared little. He had noticed that the younger, prettier, more expensive women washed after each man. He preferred the ones who washed before he came to them, but in the end, his lust overrode such trivial matters. He idly wondered if those he had been with, who were not professionals, ever gave thought to such things? Probably not. He doubted that others pondered such curious particulars. Others gave little thought to the texture of details. Other women looking for love, satisfied him, but not in the same way. They always wanted to talk and to be wooed. They wanted. He wanted. In the end, his want overrode what he would prefer, and he gave them some of what they wanted before his needs could be satisfied. "I thought I was finished for the night," she said. Her words came out silky smooth, with a pleasant, pert lilt, but bore no real interest at the prospect of another man this late. "I think I'm the last," he said, trying to sound apologetic so as not to anger her. It wasn't as satisfying if they were angry. He liked nothing more than when they were eager to please. She sighed. "All right, then." She showed no fear at having a man simply walk into her room without knocking, even though she was hardly wearing anything, nor did she make any demands for money. Silas Latherton, downstairs, with his cudgel and a long knife in his belt, made sure the women had nothing to fear. He also didn't let anyone go up the stairs unless they paid in advance, so the women didn't have to be bothered with the trouble of collecting money. It ensured that he, rather than they, kept control of the income and its distribution. Her short, straight blonde hair was disheveled, from Mr. Potbelly, no doubt, but he found its disorder alluring. It was a suggestive indication of what she had just been doing. It lent her an erotic look, a look he very much liked. Her body was shapely and firm, with long legs and wonderfully formed breasts, at least what he had seen of her body before she had thrown closed her robe. He would see it again, and could wait. The anticipation added to his excitement. Unlike her other men, he was in no rush to have it over. Once it began, it would be over all too quickly. He could never stop himself once it began. For the moment, he would relish all the little details, so that he could capture them in his memory for all time. She was more than simply pretty, he decided. She was a creature possessed of features that would fire men's minds with obsessive memories of her and make them return time and time again to try, if only for fleeting moments, to possess her. The confidence with which she carried her body told him that she knew this. The frequency with which men spent money to have her was a constant reinforcement of that confidence. Those features, though, no matter their grace and haunting beauty, had an acidic edge to them, a harshness that betrayed her true character. No doubt other men saw only the sweet face and never noticed. He noticed. He noticed such subtle things, and he had seen this detail often. It always looked the same. It was a baseness her fair features couldn't hide from one such as himself. "Are you new?" he asked, even though he knew she was. "First day here," she said. He knew that, too. "Aidendrill is big enough to mean clients for me, but with a huge army here, it's all the better. Blue eyes around here aren't all that common. My blue eyes remind the Daharan soldiers of girls from home. So many extra men mean women like me are in greater demand. And it ensures a better wage." She allowed herself a small, smug, knowing smile. "If you couldn't afford it, you wouldn't be up here, so cut the complaint." He had only meant to make an observation, and regretted the way she took it. Her voice betrayed an underlying acerbic temperament. He sought to smooth away the ripple of her displeasure with him. "Soldiers can sometimes get rough with a young woman as attractive as you." The compliment didn't register in her sky-blue eyes. She had probably heard it so often that she was numb to such praise. "I'm glad you came to Silas Latherton," he went on. "He doesn't let any of his clients rough up the young ladies. You'll be safe here under his roof. I'm glad you came here." "Thanks." Her tone carried no warmth, but the ripple, at least, had been smooth. "I'm glad to hear his reputation is known to his clients. I got slammed around once. I didn't like it. Besides the pain, I couldn't work for a month." "That must have been terrible. The pain, I mean." She tilted her head toward the bed. "You going to take off your clothes or what?" He said nothing but gestured to her robe. He watched her slip loose the knot from the satin belt. "Have it your way," she said, as she shrugged the robe open just enough to tempt him into getting on with it. I'd like you to enjoy it, too." She lifted an eyebrow. "Darling, don't you worry about me. I'll enjoy it just fine. You'll no doubt thrill me. But you're the one who paid for it. Let's just worry about your pleasure." He liked to hear the tempered thread of sarcasm in her voice. She cloaked it well with a breathy tone, and others might have missed it, but he had been listening for it. Carefully, slowly, one at a time, he placed 4 small gold coins on the washstand beside her. It was 10 times what Silas Latherton downstairs charged for his women's company, and probably 30 times what he gave her for each man. She watched the coins as he withdrew his hand, as if counting them to herself to make sure she was seeing what she thought she was seeing. It was a great deal of money. She gave him a questioning look. He liked the twitch of confusion in her eyes. Women like this weren't often confused by money, but she was young, and probably never had a man bestow such largesse on her before. He liked it that it impressed her. He knew that few things would. "I'd like you to enjoy yourself. I'm willing to pay to see you enjoying yourself."
"Darling, for that much, you'll remember my screams until you're an old man."
Of that he was sure. She smiled her best smile and slipped off the robe. Gazing at him with her big sky-blue eyes, she blindly hung the robe on a peg in the back of the door. She stroked his chest and then circled her arms around his waist. Gently but deliberately, she squashed her firm breasts against him.
"So, what is it you want, darling? Some nice claw marks down your back to make your young lady jealous?"
"No," he said. "No, I just want to see you enjoying it. You're so fair of face and figure. I think that if you're paid well enough, you'll enjoy your part, that's all. I want to know that you're enjoying yourself." She eyed the coins and then smiled up at him.
"Oh, I will, darling, I promise. I'm a very talented whore."
That was what I was hoping.
"I want you to be so pleased with my charms that you will want to return to my bed."
You seem to be reading my mind.
"My name is Rose,"
she whispered in her breathy voice. "A name as beautiful as you are, and as unoriginal."
"And yours? What should I call you when you call on me regularly, as I'm already aching for you to do?"
"I like the name you've already given me. I like the sound of it on your lips." She licked her lips for him.
"Glad to meet you, darling."
He slipped a finger under the waist of her panties. "Can I have these?" She ran her fingers down his belly, performing a moan at the feel of him.
"It's the end of a long day. These aren't exactly clean. I have some clean ones in my trunk. For what you've paid, you can have as many of them as you wish." "Darling, you can have them all if you wish."
"These will do fine. I only need these." She smirked up at him.
"I see. Like that, is it?"
He didn't answer.
"Why don't you take them off me?" she teased. "Take your pride."
"I'd like to watch you do it." Without hesitation, she slipped them down her legs as dramatically as she could. She pressed herself up against him again, and looking into his eyes, stroked his cheek with her panties. She smiled wickedly, and then pushed them into his hand.
"Here you go. Just for you, darling. Just the way you like them, with the scent of rose."
He worked them in his fingers, feeling the warmth of her still in them. She stretched up to kiss him. If he hadn't known better, known what she was, he might have thought she wanted him more than anything else in life. But he would please her.
"What do you want me to do for you?" she whispered. "Name it, and it's yours. And I don't make that offer to my other men. But I want you so badly. Anything. Just tell me."
He could smell the sweat of the other men on her. He could smell the stink of their lust on her. "Let's just see how things work out, shall we, Rose?"
"Anything you say, darling."
She smiled dreamily.
"Anything."
She winked at him as she swept the 4 gold coins from the washstand. She swayed provocatively as she went to the small trunk. She squatted down before it. He had been wondering if she would squat or bend at the waist. He was satisfied at the detail, at the remnant of a demure past. As she pushed the coins under some of her clothes in the chest, he saw atop her things a small pillow decorated with a dash of red. Such a detail intrigued him. It seemed out of place. "What's that?" he asked, knowing that the money had earned her indulgence. She held it up for him to see. It was a small pillow, an item of decoration, a frivolity. It had a red rose embroidered on it.
"I made it when I was younger. I stuffed it with cedar shavings, so it would smell nice. She glided her fingers lovingly over the rose. My namesake, a rose, for Rosa. My father named me. He was from Nicobarese. Rosa means rose in his language. He always called me his little Rosa, and said that I grew in the garden of his heart. The detail astonished him. He was thrilled to know something so intimate about her. He felt as if he already possessed her. The pleasure of knowing such a small, seemingly insignificant thing pounded through his veins. As he watched her replace the little packet of her past into her trunk, he wondered at her father, wondered if he knew where she was, or if perhaps he had sent her away in revulsion. His rose wilted in his heart. He imagined an angry scene. He wondered at her mother, if her mother understood her choice in life, or cried at a daughter lost. Now he, too, was playing a part in who she was in her life. May I call you Rosa? He asked, as she closed the lid of her trunk. It's such a lovely name. She looked back over her shoulder. Her eyes watched his fingers working her underpants into a tight ball. She returned to him, smiling as she came. You're my special man now. I've never told another man my true name. It would give me pleasure to hear my given name on your lips. His heart pounded, and he swayed on his feet with his need. Thank you, Rosa, he whispered, and he truly meant it. I want so much to please you. Your hands are trembling. They always did until he started. Then they were rock steady. Once he started, he would be steady. It was just the anticipation. I'm sorry. A throaty, lusty laugh came from deep in her throat. Don't be. It excites me that you would be nervous. He wasn't nervous, not in the least, but he was excited. Her hands found that he was. I want to taste you. She licked his ear. I have no one else tonight. We have all the time we want to enjoy it. I know, he whispered back. That's why I wanted to be last. Yes, she teased. I want it to last, too. Can you make it last, darling? I can, and I will, he promised. A long time. She let out a purr of satisfaction at his promise and turned in his arms, pressing her bottom against him. She arched her back and rocked her head against his chest as she moaned again. He kept the smirk from his face as he looked down into her sky-blue eyes. Yes, she was a talented whore. He slid his hand down her lower spine, counting her vertebrae, fingering the spaces between them. She moaned urgently at his touch. Because of the way she swayed her bottom, he missed the spot he wanted. She staggered. The second time he slammed the knife into her lower back, he hit the right spot between the vertebrae, severing her spinal cord. He swept an arm around her middle to hold her up. The shocked, grunting moan was real this time. Anyone in the other rooms wouldn't think it any different from the sounds she regularly made for men. Others didn't notice such details. He did, and savored the difference. As her mouth widened to scream, he stuffed it full with the wadded ball of her dirty underpants. He timed it just right, so only the cry of the gasp sounded before the pitch rose. He yanked the silk tie from her robe on the peg beside him and whirled it around her head 4 times to hold the gag in her mouth. With one hand and the aid of his teeth, he drew it tight and knotted it. He would have liked to have listened to her heartfelt screams, but that would bring a premature end to their pleasure. He loved the screams, the cries. They were always sincere. He pressed his mouth against the side of her head. He could smell the sweat of men in her hair. Oh, Rosa, you are going to please me so. You are going to give me more pleasure than you've ever given any man before. I want you to enjoy it, too. I know this is what you always wanted. I'm the man you've been waiting for. I've come at last. He let her slip to the floor. Her legs were useless now. She wasn't going anywhere. She tried to punch him between his legs. He caught her dainty little fist in his hand. He watched her wide, sky-blue eyes as he pressed open her fist. He held her palm between his thumb and a finger and bent it down until the bones in her wrist snapped. He used the arms of her robe to bind her hands so that she couldn't pull the gag from her mouth. His heart hammered as he listened to her muffled wails. He couldn't understand the words against the gag, but they heightened his excitement because he could feel their pain.
A storm of emotion rampaged through his mind. At least the voices were silent for now, leaving him to his lust. He wasn't sure what the voices were, but he was sure that he was only able to hear them because of his singular intellect. He was able to seine such evanescent messages from the ethers because of his incomparable perception, and because he minded the details. Tears flooded down her face, her perfectly plucked brows bunched together, lifting in the middle, furrowing the skin on her forehead into neat rows. He counted them because he was special. With wide, anguished sky-blue eyes, she watched as he removed his clothes and set them aside. It wouldn't do to have them soaked in blood. The knife was rock-steady in his hand now. He stood above her, naked and direct, to show her what a good job she was doing for him so far. And then he began. Chapter 25. Kalin, with Kara following behind, came to the door of the small room Richard used as an office at the same time as a young woman with short black hair arrived carrying a small silver tray with hot tea. Raina, standing guard beside the door along with Ulick and Egan, yawned. "Richard asked for tea, Sarah?" The young woman curtsied as best she could, holding the tray. "Yes, Mother Confessor." Kalin lifted the tray from the woman's hand. "That's all right, Sarah. I'm going in. I'll take it in to him." Sarah blushed, trying to hold on to the tray. "But, Mother Confessor, you shouldn't have to do that." "Don't be silly. I'm perfectly capable of carrying a tray for 10 feet. Kalin backed away a step, gaining full possession of the tray. Sarah didn't know what to do with her hands, so she bowed. "Yes, Mother Confessor," she said before departing. Rather than being pleased to have been relieved of a small task, she looked as if she had just been ambushed and robbed. Sarah, like most of the staff, was fiercely vigilant about her duty. "Has he been up long?" Kalin asked Raina. Raina gave her a sullen look. "Yes, all night. I finally left a squad of guards and went to bed. He had Berdine up with him all night, too." The reason, no doubt, for the sullen look. "I'm sure it was important, but I'll see if I can't get him to stop at night for some sleep, or at least let Berdine get hers." "I would appreciate it," Kara muttered. "Raina gets grumpy when Berdine doesn't come to bed." "Berdine needs her sleep," Raina said defensively. "I'm sure it was important, Raina, but you're right. If people don't get enough sleep, they won't be any good to him. I'll remind him. He sometimes gets lost in what he's doing and forgets about what other people need." Raina's dark eyes brightened. "Thank you, Mother Confessor." Kalin balanced the tray in one hand as she opened the door. Kara took up station beside Raina, peering after Kalin to make sure she didn't have any trouble with the tray, and then closed the door. Richard had his back to her as he stared out the window. A low fire in the hearth did a poor job banishing the chill from the room. Kalin smirked to herself. She would put the lie to his boast. Before she had a chance to set the tray on the table and let the cup ping against the pot to catch his attention and make him think it was the serving woman, Richard spoke without turning. "Kalin, good. I'm glad you came." Frowning, she set down the tray. "You have your back to the door. How could you know it was me and not the woman bringing the tea you ordered?" Richard turned around with a puzzled look. "Why would I think it was the woman with the tea when it was you bringing it in?" He truly looked bewildered by her question. "I swear, Richard, sometimes you give me the shivers." She decided that he had to have seen her reflection in the window. He lifted her chin with a finger and kissed her. "I'm glad to see you. It's been lonely without you." "Sleep well?" "Sleep? I guess not. But at least the riots seem to have ceased. I don't know what we would have done if the moon had risen red again. I can't believe people would go wild simply because of something like that." "You have to admit that it was odd. Frightening." "I do. But that didn't make me want to run screaming through the streets, breaking windows and setting fires." "That's because you're Lord Rahl, and you have more sense." "I'll have some order, too. I'll not have people doing that kind of damage, to say nothing of injuring innocent people. The next time it happens, I'm going to have the soldiers put it down immediately rather than wait, hoping people will be suddenly stricken with reason. I have more important matters to worry about than childish reactions to superstition." Kalin could tell by his smoldering tone that he was on the verge of losing his temper. His eyes were bleary. She knew that if a person didn't get enough sleep, forbearance could quickly evaporate. One night was one thing, but 3 in a row was quite another. She hoped it wasn't affecting his judgment. More important matters. You mean your work with Berdine? He nodded. Kalin poured a cup of tea and held it out to him. He stared at the cup a moment before taking it. Richard, you have to let the poor woman get more sleep. She'll be no good to you if you don't let her have enough sleep. He took a sip. I know. He turned to the window and yawned. I had to send her over to my room to take a nap. She was making mistakes. Richard, you need to get some sleep, too. He stared out the window toward the massive stone walls of the Wizard's Keep up on the mountain. I think I may have found out what the red moon meant. The somber quality in his voice gave her pause. What? She finally asked. He turned to the table and set down the cup. I had Berdine looking for places where Kolo used the word moss, or maybe mentioned a red moon, hoping that we might find something to help us. He flipped open the journal on the table. He had found the journal up in the keep, where it had been sealed in for 3,000 years, along with the man who had written it. Kolo had been keeping watch over the Sliff, the strange creature that could take some people great distances, when the towers separating the old and new worlds were completed. When the towers were activated, Kolo had been sealed in, trapped, and had died there. The journal had already proven an invaluable source of information, but it was written in High Daharan, which complicated matters. Berdine understood High Daharan, but not such an ancient form of it. They had to use another book written in almost the same ancient form of High Daharan to aid them. Richard's childhood memory of that book's story helped Berdine to translate words, which they used as a cross-reference in order to work out the translation of the journal. As they went along, Richard was learning much of both the vernacular High Daharan and also the much older Argo form, but it was still frustratingly slow going. After Richard had brought Kalin back to Aidendril, he told her how he had used the information in the book to find a way to rescue her. He said that sometimes he could seem to read with ease, but then at other places he and Berdine became bogged down. He said that at times he was able to unravel a page in a few hours, and then they would spend a whole day trying to translate one sentence. Moss? You said you had her checking for the word moss. What's that mean? He took a sip of tea and set the cup back down. Moss? Oh, it means wind in High Daharan. He opened the pages to a marker. Since it was taking so much time to translate the journal, we've just been looking for key words and then concentrating on those passages, hoping to get lucky. I thought you said that you were translating it in order, to better understand the way Kolo uses the language. He sighed in annoyance. Kalin, I don't have time for that. We had to change our tactics. Kalin didn't like the sound of that. Richard, I was told that your brother is the high priest of an order called the Rog Moss. Is that High Daharan? Means divine wind, he muttered. He tapped the book, not seeming to want to discuss it. See here? Berdine found where Kolo was talking about a red moon. He was really upset about it. The whole keep was in an uproar. He writes that they were betrayed by the team. He said that the team was to be put on trial for their crimes. We haven't had time to look into that yet, but... Richard flipped the book back toward the front, where one of their written translations was inserted, and read her the passage. Today, one of our most coveted desires, possible only through the brilliant, tireless work of a team of near to 100, has been accomplished. The items most feared lost, should we be overrun, have been protected. A cheer went up from all in the keep when we received word today that we were successful. Some thought it was not possible, but to the astonishment of all, it is done. The Temple of the Winds is gone. Gone? Kalin asked. What's the Temple of the Winds? Where did it go? Richard shut the book. I don't know. But later in the journal, Kolo says that this team who had done it had betrayed them all. High Daharan is an odd language. Words have different meanings depending on how they're used. Most languages are that way. Our own is. Yes, but sometimes in High Daharan, a word that ordinarily has different meanings according to its usage is intended to have multiple meanings. You can't have one meaning without all the rest. That makes translating it all the more difficult. For example, in the old prophecy that names me the bringer of death, the word death means 3 different things, depending on how it's used. The bringer of the underworld, the world of the dead, the bringer of spirits, spirits of the dead, and the bringer of death, meaning to kill. Each meaning is different, but all three were intended. That was the key. The prophecy was in the book we brought with us from the Palace of the Prophets. Warren was only able to translate the prophecy after I told him that all three meanings were true. He told me that because of that, he was the first in thousands of years to know the true meaning of the prophecy as it was written. What does this have to do with the Temple of the Winds? When Kolo says winds, I think that he sometimes just means the wind, like when you say that the wind is blowing today. But sometimes when he says winds, I think he means the Temple of the Winds. I think he used it as a short way of referring to the Temple of the Winds, and at the same time as a way to differentiate it from other temples. Kalen blinked. Are you saying that you think Shota's message, that the wind hunts you, means that the Temple of the Winds is really somehow hunting you? I don't know for sure. Richard, that's a pretty big leap of reasoning, if that's what you're really thinking. To take Kolo's short way of referring to the Temple of the Winds and infer that Shota is talking about the same place. When Kolo talks about how everyone was in an uproar, and these men were to be put on trial, he makes it sound as if the winds have a sense of perception. Kalen cleared her throat this time. Richard, are you trying to tell me that Kolo claims that this place, the Temple of the Winds, is sentient? She wondered how long it had been since he had gotten any sleep. She wondered if he was thinking clearly. I said I wasn't sure. But that's what you mean. Well, it sounds absurd when you say it like that. It doesn't sound the same when you read it in High Daharan. I don't know how to explain the difference, but there is one. Maybe it's just a difference of degree. Difference of degree or not? How can a place have a sense of perception, be sentient? Richard sighed. I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out myself. Why do you think I've been up all night? But such a thing is not possible. His defiant gray eyes turned to her. The wizard's keep is just a place, but it knows when someone violates it. It reacts to that violation by stopping the person, even killing them if it must, to prevent an unauthorized person from entering a place they don't belong. Kalen made a face. Richard, that's the shields. Wizards place those shields to protect important or dangerous things from being stolen, or to prevent people from going where they could be hurt. But they react without anyone having to tell them to, don't they? So does a leg-hold trap. That doesn't make them sentient. You mean that the Temple of the Winds is protected by shields? That's all you're saying, then? That it has shields? Yes and no. It's more than simply shield. Shields only ward. The way Kolo talks about it makes it sound like the Temple of the Winds can, I don't know, like it can think. Like it can decide things when it must. Decide things? Like what? When he wrote how everyone was in a panic about the Red Moon, that was when he said that the team who had sent the Temple of the Winds away had betrayed them. So what? So I think that the Temple of the Winds made the moon turn red. Kalen watched his eyes, transfixed by the look of conviction in them. I won't even ask how such a thing would be possible, but for the moment, let's just say you're right. Why would the Temple of the Winds make the moon turn red? Richard held her gaze. As a warning. Of what? The shields in the keep react by warding. Almost no one can pass through them. I can because I have the right kind of magic. If someone who wants to do harm has enough magic and knowledge, they too can get by the shield. What happens then? Well, nothing. They get through. Exactly. I think the Temple of the Winds can do more. I think it can know if someone has violated its defenses and send a warning. The Red Moon, she whispered. It makes sense. She put a hand tenderly to his arm. Richard, you need to get some rest. You can't infer all this from Kolo's journal alone. It was just one journal, written a long time ago. He yanked his arm away. I don't know where else to look. Shota said the wind was hunting me. I don't need to go to sleep to have nightmares. In that instant, Kalen knew it wasn't Shota's message that was driving him. It was the prophecy down in the pit. The first part of the prophecy said, on the red moon will come the firestorm. It was the second part that truly terrified her. To quench the inferno, he must seek the remedy in the wind. Lightning will find him on that path, for the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood. She realized that the prophecy frightened him more than he had admitted. Someone knocked at the door. "What?" Richard yelled. Kara opened the door and poked her head in. "General Curson would like to see you, Lord Rao." Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. "Send him in, please, Kara." Richard put a hand to Kalen's shoulder as he stared off toward the window. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "You're right. I need some sleep. Maybe Nadine can give me some of her herbs to put me to sleep. My mind doesn't seem to want to allow it when I try." She would sooner let Shota give him something. Kalen answered with a tender touch, fearing to test her voice at that moment. General Curson, wearing a wide grin, marched into the room. He saluted with a fist over his heart before coming to a halt. "Lord Rao, good morning." "And a good morning it is, thanks to you." Richard took a sip of his tea. "Why's that?" The general slapped Richard on the shoulder. "The men are all better. The things you ordered, the garlic, blueberries, quince oak tea, it worked. They're all well again. I've got a whole army of bright-eyed men who are ready and able to do as ordered. I can't tell you how relieved I am, Lord Rahl." "Your smile just did, General. I'm relieved, too. My men are uplifted that their new Lord Rahl is a worker of great magic, able to turn death from their door. Every one of those men would like to buy you an ale and toast your health and long life." "It wasn't magic. It was simply things that—" "Thank them for the offer, but What about the riots? Were there any more last night?" General Curson grunted dismissively. "It's mostly finished. The worry went out of people when the moon returned to normal." "Good. That's good news, General. Thanks for the report." The general rubbed a finger along his smooth jaw. There was one other thing, Lord Rahl." He glanced at Kalen. "If we could talk—" The man let out a sigh. Woman was murdered last night." "I'm sorry. Was it someone you knew?" "No, Lord Rahl. She was a woman who... She accepted money in return for..." "If you're trying to say she was a whore, General," Kalen said, "I've heard the word before. I won't faint if I hear it again." "Yes, Mother Confessor." He turned his attention back to Richard. "She was found dead this morning." "What happened to her? How was she killed?" The general was looking more uncomfortable by the moment. "Lord Rahl, I've been looking at dead people a lot of years. I can't remember the last time I vomited when I saw one." Richard rested a hand on one of the leather pouches on his wide belt. "What was done to her?" The general glanced to Kalen as if to beg her indulgence as he put an arm around Richard's shoulder and pulled him aside. Kalen couldn't hear the whispered words, but the look on Richard's face told her she didn't want to know. Richard went to the hearth and stood staring into the flames. "I'm sorry, but you must have men who can look into it. Why are you bringing this to me?" The general grimaced and cleared his throat. Well, you see, Lord Rahl, it was your brother who found her." Richard turned with a dark frown. "What was Dreffen doing at a house of prostitution?" Well, I asked him that myself, Lord Rahl. He doesn't seem to me a man who would have any trouble." The general wiped a hand across his face. "I asked him, and he said that it was his business, not mine, if he wanted to go to whorehouses." Kalen could see the tightly controlled anger etched in Richard's expression. He abruptly snatched his gold cloak from a chair. "Let's go. Take me there. Take me where Dreffen goes. I want to talk to the people there." Kalen and General Curson rushed after Richard as he swept out the door. She caught his sleeve and glanced to the general. "General, could you give us a moment, please?" After he moved down the hall, Kalen pulled Richard in the other direction, away from Kara, Raina, Ulick, and Egan. She didn't think that Richard was in any mood at the moment to be looking into such a thing. Besides, she had come to him for a reason. "Richard, there are representatives waiting to meet with us. They've been waiting days. Dreffen is my brother. He's also a grown man." Richard rubbed his eyes. "I need to see about this, and I have a lot of other things on my mind. Would you mind talking to the representatives? Tell them that I was called away on important matters, and that they can just as easily give their land surrender to you, and then all the arrangements of command can begin to be coordinated?" "I can. I know that some of them would be just as happy to talk to me and not have to face you, even in surrender. They're terrified of you." I wouldn't hurt them, Richard objected. Richard, you frightened the wits out of them before when you demanded their surrender. You promised to annihilate them if they dared join with the Imperial Order. They fear you might do it anyway, on a whim. The reputation of the Master of Dahara precedes you, and you fed their fears. You can't expect that they'll suddenly be at ease around you just because they agree to your terms. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. Well, just tell them how lovable I am. I can tell them that you look forward to working with them for our mutual peace and prosperity, she said with a smile. They trust me and will listen. But Tristan Bashkar, the Jarian minister, is here, along with a pair from the royal house in Grenadon. These three are the important ones, the ones with huge standing armies. They're expecting to meet with you. It is they who may not be satisfied to surrender to me. They will want to discuss terms. Make them satisfied. Tristan Bashkar is not an affable man, but a tough negotiator, as are Leonora and Walter Cholbane from Grenadon. That's one reason I ended the Midlands alliance. Too many wish to argue in posture. Arguing and posturing are over. The terms of surrender are unconditional. Richard hooked a thumb behind his wide leather belt. His expression hardened. The terms are fair to all, the same for all, and are not subject to discussion. They're either with us or against us. Kalen dragged a finger down the black sleeve of his shirt over the rise and fall of his muscles. He'd been busy with the journal. It had been too long since she'd been in those arms. Richard, you depend on me for advice. I know these lands. Just having them agree is not the only aim. There will be need for sacrifice. We need their full cooperation in this war. You are Lord Rahl, the Master of Dahara. You made the demands. You said that surrender, while unconditional, will be handled with respect for their people. I know these representatives. They will expect to see you as a matter of your respect for them. You are the Mother Confessor. We are one in this as in everything else. You led these people long before I came along. You have no less standing than I. You have had their respect a good long time. Remind them of that. Richard directed a brief gaze up the hall to the waiting general and the others. He looked back into her eyes. It may not be any of General Curson's business as far as Dreffin is concerned, but it is mine. I'll not be deceived by another brother. From what you've said and others have told me, he already has women in the place fawning over him. If he catches something from those whores and then gives it to the young women here, that's my business. I'll not have it be my brother bringing diseases to innocent women here who trust him because he's my brother. Sarah, the woman who had been bringing tea to Richard, was young and trusting. She was one of the women captivated by Dreffin. Kalen rubbed his back. I understand. If you promise you will get some sleep, I'll go talk with the representative. When you have time to talk to them, then you will talk to them. They have no choice but to wait. You are the Lord Rahl. Richard bent and kissed her cheek. I love you. Then marry me. Soon. We'll go wake the Sliff soon. Richard, you be careful. Marlin said that the Sister of the Dark, I don't remember her name, left Aidendril and returned to Jagang, but he may be lying. She could still be out there. Sister Amelia. You know, I remember her. When I first went to the Palace of the Prophets, she was one of Verna's friends who met us, Sisters Phoebe, Janet, and Amelia. I remember Amelia's tears of joy at seeing Verna after all those years. Jagang has her now. He nodded. Verna must be heartbroken that her friend is in Jagang's hands, and worse, that she's a Sister of the Dark. If Verna even knows. You be careful. Despite what Jagang says, she may still be lurking in Aidendril. I doubt it, but I'll be careful. He turned and signaled to Kara. She sprinted up the hall. Kara, I'd like you to go with Kalen. Let Berdine get some rest. I'll take Raina, Ulick, and Egan with me. Yes, Lord Rahl, I will keep her safe. Richard smiled. I know you will, Kara, but that's not going to get you out of your punishment. She betrayed no emotion. Yes, Lord Rahl. What punishment? Kalen asked when they were out of earshot. An unjust one, Mother Confessor. That bad? What is it? I am to feed seeds to his chipmunks. Kalen suppressed a smile. That doesn't sound so bad, Kara. Kara flipped her Aegeal up into her fist. That is why it is unjust, Mother Confessor. Chapter 26. Kalin sat alone in the ornate chair of the Mother Confessor, the tallest one behind the semicircular dais, under the ornate fresco of Magda Ceres, the first Mother Confessor, and her wizard Merit. They were painted onto the dome that capped the enormous council chambers. Kalin watched the representatives approaching across the expanse of marble before her. From her place of honor overhead, Magda Ceres had witnessed the long history that was the Midlands Alliance. She had witnessed, too, Richard ending it. Kalin prayed that Magda Ceres's spirit would understand and approve of his reasons. They were benevolent, despite what it must seem to some. Kara stood behind Kalin's right shoulder. Kalin had hastily gathered a number of administrators to handle matters of state, such as the signing of documents of surrender and trade instructions, and several Daharan officers to oversee matters of command. They all waited silently behind her left shoulder. Kalin tried to focus her mind on the things she must say and do, but Richard's words about the Temple of the Winds made it hard to think of anything else. He thought the Temple of the Winds was sentient. The winds were hunting Richard. The Temple of the Winds was hunting him. That threat lurked in every dark corner of her mind. Footsteps of the representatives and boot strikes of the soldiers escorting them echoed off vast expanses of marble and brought her out of her brooding. The approaching knot of people strode through glaring shafts of sunlight that streamed in through round windows at the lower edge of the dome. Kalin put on her confessor's face, as her mother had taught her, a face that showed nothing and masked what was inside. Arched openings around the room covered stairways up to colonnaded balconies edged with polished mahogany railings, but this day no observers stood behind the railing. The group, flanked by Daharan soldiers, came to a halt before the resplendent carved desk. Tristan Bashkar of Jara and Leonora and Walter Cholbane of Grenadon stood at the fore. Behind them waited ambassadors Selden from Mardovia, Wexler from Pendleton Reach, and Brumford from Togressa. Kalin knew that Jara and Grenadon, lands of vast wealth and large standing armies, were likely to be the most obstinate about retaining their prerogative of status in return for their surrender. She knew she must shake their confidence first. Having served in a position of authority and power most of her life, first as a confessor, then as the Mother Confessor, Kalin knew the task well. She knew these people, knew how they thought. Surrender was acceptable as long as they could retain station above certain other lands, and as long as they could be assured of unfettered authority in their own business. That kind of attitude was no longer acceptable. It couldn't be tolerated if all of them were to have a chance against the imperial order. Kalin had to uphold Richard's word and conditions of surrender. The future of every land in the Midlands depended on this. In order for this new union to prevail against the imperial order, there could no longer be sovereign lands, each with its own agenda. They must now all be one, under one authority of command, working together as one people, not a coalition that could fragment at a critical moment, letting the imperial order snatch freedom from all. Lord Rahl is occupied with matters of our mutual safety in our struggle. I have come in his place to hear your decisions. Your words will be passed on to him as you speak them to me. As Mother Confessor, Queen of Gallia, Queen of Kelton, and betrothed of the Master of Dahara, I have the authority to speak on behalf of the Daharan Empire. My word is as final as would be Lord Rahl. The words had come out unbidden, but that was what it was, the Daharan Empire. Richard was its supreme leader, its supreme authority. The representatives bowed and mumbled that they understood. Wanting these people of authority to know that the order of things was no longer how it had been in these chambers in the past, Kalin reversed the order of how such matters were handled. Ambassador Brumford, please step forward. Tristan Bashkar and Leonora Cholbane immediately began objecting. It was unheard of to have a lesser land speak first. Kalin's glare brought them to silence. When I ask you to speak for your people, then you may speak, not before. Until a land joins with us through surrender of their sovereignty, they have no standing before me. Do not expect that your presumption will be excused, as was customary in the past in the alliance of the Midlands. The Midlands alliance is no more. You now stand in the Daharan Empire. An icy silence settled over the chambers. Kaelin had been devastated when she had first heard that Richard had spoken much the same words in this very chamber to representatives of the Midlands. She had come to understand that there was no other way. Tristan Bashkar and the Cholbanes, to whom she had directed her words, stood red-faced but silent. When she moved her gaze to Ambassador Brumford, he remembered her orders and scurried forward. The amicable Ambassador Brumford gathered his voluminous violet robes in one hand and put a knee to the marble floor as he sank into a deep bow.
Mother Confessor, he said as he straightened, Togressa stands ready to join with you and all free people in our alliance against tyranny. Thank you, Ambassador. We welcome Togressa as a member of the Daharan Empire. The people of Togressa will have standing equal to any among us. We know your people will do their part. They will. Thank you, Mother Confessor. Please relay my word to Lord Ral that we are joyful to be a part of Dahara.
Kaelin smiled sincerely. Lord Ral and I share your joy, Ambassador Brumford. He moved to the side as Kaelin called forward the muscled, short, fiery-eyed Ambassador Wexler from Pendleton Reach.
Mother Confessor,
he said upon arising, tugging his leather surcoat straight.
Pendleton Reach is a small land with a small legion of men-at-arms, but we are fierce fighters, as any who have come against our swords can attest. The Mother Confessor has always fought for us with the same fierceness. We have always held with the Midlands and with the Mother Confessor, and so we accord your words great weight. With the greatest respect we heed your counsel to join with Dahara. Our swords are lowered to you and Lord Ral. The people of Pendleton Reach, both those of simple muscle and bone and those with magic's talents, wish to be at the van of battle against the horde from beyond the wilds, so that the enemy may have a bitter taste of our ferocity. We will be known to all from this day forward as the Daharans from Pendleton Reach, if it so pleases you.
Touched by his words, Kaelin bowed her head to him. The people of Pendleton Reach did have a flair for the dramatic, but they were no less wholehearted for it. As small as their land was, they were not to be taken lightly. The ambassador's bold claim of their ferocity was no idle boast, if only their numbers were as great as their fortitude. I can't promise you the van, Ambassador Wexler, but we will be honored to have your people with us in our struggle. We will value them regardless of how they serve. She turned a dispassionate face to the ambassador from Mardovia. The Mardovian people were proud too, and no less fierce. They had to be for their survival in tough country among the wilds, though they also were a small land. Ambassador Selden, please come forward and deliver Mardovia's decision. Ambassador Selden glided forward, wearily eyeing the others. He bowed from the waist, his white hair falling forward over the gold braiding on the shoulders of his red coat as he did so.
Mother Confessor, the Assembly of Seven of Mardovia in our mother city of Renwold has charged me with the duty of the long journey to Aidendrill to relay their decision. The Assembly of Seven has no desire or intention to relinquish rule over our beloved people to outlanders, whether they be from Dahara or from the Imperial Order. Your war with the Imperial Order is not our war. The Assembly of Seven has ruled that Mardovia will remain sovereign and will remain neutral. Behind her in the silence, a soldier coughed. The sound of it echoed around the stone chamber. Ambassador Selden, the land of Mardovia lies among the eastern wilds, not far from the old world. You will be vulnerable to attack. Mother Confessor, the walls surrounding our mother city of Renwold have stood the test of time. As you say, we lie among the people of the wilds. Those people in the past have tried to exterminate us. None ever succeeded in so much as breaching the walls, much less overcoming our stalwart defenders. Instead, the various peoples of the wilds now trade with us, and Renwold is a center of commerce in the eastern wilds of the Midlands, respected by all who once sought to conquer us.
Kaelin leaned forward. Ambassador, the Order is no tribe from the wilds. They will crush you. Doesn't the Assembly of Seven have the sense to realize that? Ambassador Selden smiled indulgently.
Mother Confessor, I understand your concern, but as I have said, Renwold's walls have stood us in good stead. Be assured, Renwold will not fall to the Order.
His expression hardened.
nor will it fall to this new alliance you form with Dahara. Numbers do not mean much against a knob of stone in the wild. Would-be conquerors soon tire of breaking their teeth on so small a morsel. Our small size, our location, and our walls make us less than worth the trouble. Should we join with you, then we would be vulnerable because we would represent resistance. Our neutrality is not of hostile intent. We will be willing to trade with your alliance, as we will be willing to trade with the Imperial Order. We wish harm to no one, but we will defend ourselves.
Ambassador Selden, your wife and children are in Renwald. Don't you understand the danger to your family?
My beloved wife and children are safe behind the walls of Renwald, Mother Confessor. I fear not for them.
And will your walls stand against magic? The Order uses those with magic, or are you too drunk with the past to see the threat to your future? His face had reddened.
The decision of the Assembly of Seven is final. We don't fear for our safety. We have people of magic in turn to protect the walls from magic. Neutrality is not a threat. Perhaps you should pray to the good spirits for mercy, since it is you who sues for war. To live by violence is to invite it.
Kaelin drummed her fingernails against the desktop as everyone awaited her words. She knew that even if she could convince this man, it would do no good. The Assembly of Seven had made its decision, and he could not change it even if he wanted. Ambassador Selden, you will leave Aidendrill by the end of the day. You will return to the Assembly of Seven in Renwald and tell them that Dahara does not recognize neutrality. This is a struggle for our world, whether it is to thrive in the light or wither under the shadow of tyranny. Lord Rahl has decreed that there are no bystanders. I have decreed no mercy against the Order. We are of one mind in this. You are either with us, or you stand against us. The Imperial Order views it the same. Tell the Assembly of Seven that Mardovia now stands against us. One of us, either Dahara or the Order, will conquer Mardovia. Direct them to pray to the good spirits and ask that it is we who conquer you and take Renwald instead of the Order. We will impose harsh sanctions for your resistance, but your people will live. Should the Order set upon you first, they will annihilate your defenders and enslave your people. Mardovia will be ground into the dust of the past. His indulgent smile widened. Fear not, Mother Confessor. Renwald will stand against any land, even the Order. Kaelin regarded him with cold ire. I have walked among the dead inside the walls of Ebenicia. I have seen the slaughter at the hands of the Order. I have seen what they did to the living first. I will pray for those poor people who will suffer because of the mad delusions of the Assembly of Seven. Kaelin angrily gestured to the guards to escort the man from the chambers. She knew what would happen to the Mardovian people if the Order attacked first. She knew, too, that Richard could not risk the lives of allies simply to take Renwald in order to protect it. It was too distant a land. She would advise against it, as would any of his generals. Mardovia was lost. Their neutrality would draw the Order as the scent of blood drew wolves. She had walked through the gates in the massive walls of Renwald. The walls were impressive. They were not invincible. The Order had wizards like Marlin. The walls would not stand against wizards' fire, despite those of magic's talent defending Renwald. Kaelin tried to put the fate of Mardovia from her mind as she called the pair from the royal house in Grenadon forward. How does Grenadon stand? She growled. Walter Cholbane cleared his throat. His sister spoke. Glenadon, a land of great importance, a land of vast fields, which produce... Kaelin cut her off. I asked how Grenadon stands. Leonora dry-washed her hands as she considered the resolve in Kaelin's eyes. The royal house offers its surrender, Mother Confessor. Thank you, Leonora. We are gladdened for you and for your people. Please see to it that my officers here are granted any information they need so that your army can be brought under coordination of our central command. Yes, Mother Confessor, she stammered. Mother Confessor, are our forces to be bled against the walls of Renwald to bring them down? Grenadon was north of Mardovia, and in the best position to attack, but Kaelin knew that Grenadon would not relish attacking a trading partner.
Moreover, some of the family of the Assembly of Seven had married into the royal house of Cholbane. No, Renwald is a city of the walking dead. The vultures will pick it clean. In the meantime, trade with Mardovia is forbidden. We trade only with those who join us.
Yes, Maza Confessor.
Maza Confessor, Walter, her brother, interjected. We wish to discuss some of the terms with Lord Rall. We have things of value to offer, and matters of interest to us we wish to bring to his attention. Surrender is unconditional. There is nothing to discuss. Lord Rall has instructed me to remind you that there will be no negotiations. Either you are with us or you are against us. Now, do you wish to withdraw your offer of surrender before you sign the documents and instead cast your fate with Mardovia? He pressed his lips together as he took a deep breath.
No, Maza Confessor.
Thank you. When Lord Rall has the time, soon, I hope, he would very much like to hear what you have to say, as a valued member of the Daharan Empire. Just remember that you are now part of Dahara, and he is the master of Dahara, the master of that empire. She had treated them with less respect than the two lands who had offered their surrender. Not to do so would have resulted in emboldening them and inviting trouble. These two were among those who always requested red rooms. Walter and Leonora seemed to relax now that Kaelin had her acquiescence. The Cholbanes could be tenacious and stubborn to the end, but once an agreement was reached and their word given, they never looked back, never second-guessed what might have been. It was a quality that made dealings with them bearable.
We understand, Maza Confessor,
Walter said.
Yes, his sister added, and we look forward to the days that the Imperial Order no longer threatens all our people.
Thank you, both of you. I know this must seem harsh to you, but know that we rejoice to count you and your people among us. As they moved off to sign the papers and talk with the officers, Kaelin turned her attention to Tristan Bashkar of Jara. Minister Bashkar, how stands Jara? Tristan Bashkar was a member of the royal family of Jara. In Jara, the position of minister was one of high rank and trust. Of those gathered, he was the only one with the authority to change his land's commitment without returning home for consultation. If he thought there was reason enough, he could alter the royal family's instructions, and thus Jara's stand. Hardly out of his 30s, he wore his age well. He also used his looks to distract people from his quick mind. After people had been disarmed by his likable smile, bright brown eyes, and smooth-spoken flattery, he would extract concessions before they realized they had parted with them. He brushed a thick lock of dark hair back from his forehead, a compulsive habit, or possibly a way to draw interest to his eyes, where people were often distracted. He spread his hands apologetically. Maza Confessor, I'm afraid it's not as easy as a simple yes or no. Although I wish to assure you that we are in harmony with the great empire of Dahara, and admire the wisdom of both Lord Rall and, of course, yourself. We have always put the advice of the Mother Confessor above all others. Kaelin sighed. Tristan, I'm in no mood for your usual game. You and I have sparred in these chambers more times than I can remember. Don't test me today. I'll not have it. Being a member of the royal family, he was well trained in all the arts of war, and had fought with distinction in the past. Broad-shouldered and tall, he cut a handsome figure. His easy smile always carried a playful twist that cloaked any threat, were there one, and there sometimes was. Kaelin never turned her back, so to speak, on Tristan Bashkar. He casually unbuttoned his dark blue coat and rested a hand on his hip. The ploy revealed an ornate knife sheathed at his belt. Kaelin had heard it whispered that going into battle, Tristan Bashkar preferred to draw his knife rather than his sword. It was whispered, too, that he got sadistic pleasure from slicing the enemy. Maza Confessor, I admit that in the past, I've been reticent to reveal our exact position in order to best protect our people from the avarice of other lands. But it isn't like that this time. You see, the way we view the situation, I'm not interested. I want only to know if you stand with us or against us. If you stand against us, Tristan, I give you my word that by morning we will have troops riding for the royal palace in Sandalar,
and they will return with either unconditional surrender or the heads of the royal family. General Baldwin is here in Aidendrill with a sizable Celtish force. I'll send him. Keltons never let down their queen, nor rest until she is satisfied. I am now the Queen of Kelton. Do you wish a fight with General Baldwin? Of course not, Mother Confessor. We wish no fight, but if you will hear me out. Kalin slapped a hand to the desk, silencing him. When the Imperial Order held Aidendrill, before Richard liberated it, Jara sat on the council, allied with the Order. As was Dahara at the time, he gently reminded her. Kalin glared at him. I was brought before the council and convicted of the very crimes committed by the Order. Wizard Ranson from the Order called for a death sentence. The counselor from Jara sat at this desk and voted to have me beheaded. Mother Confessor. Kalin turned a finger to her right. He sat right there and called for me to be put to death. She looked back to Tristan's brown eyes. If you look closely, I think you will still be able to pick out a stain down the front of the desk over there. When Richard liberated Aidendrill, he executed those traitorous counselors. The stain was left by the Jarian counselor. I heard that Richard cleaved the man nearly in two. He was so angered by the betrayal to me, and to the people of the Midlands. Tristan stood politely, showing nothing of his emotion. Mother Confessor, it was not by the choice of the royal family that counselor spoke for Jara. He was a puppet of the Order. Then join with us. We want to, and we intended to. In fact, I was sent with authorization to make it so. Whatever it is you want, Tristan, you'll not get it. We make the same offer to all, and no special terms for any. Mother Confessor, would it be considered a special term to hear me out? Kalin sighed. Make it short, and keep in mind, Tristan, that your smile has no effect on me. He smiled anyway. As a member of the royal family, I have the authority and authorization to surrender Jara and join with you. Given a choice, that is what we wish. Then do it. The red moon interrupts those plans. Kalin sat up straighter. What does that have to do with it? Mother Confessor, Javas Kadar, our star guide, holds great sway with the royal family. He has read the stars in the matter of our surrender and has given his opinions that the stars hold this action with favor. Before I left home, Javas Kadar told me that the stars would give sign if circumstances changed, and to heed any sign. The red moon has given me pause in our plans. The moon is not the star. The moon is in the sky, Mother Confessor. Javas Kadar counsels on the meaning of moon symbols also. Kalin pinched the bridge of her nose between a thumb and finger as she sighed. Tristan, are you going to allow harm to visit your people on the basis of such superstition? No, Mother Confessor, but I am bound by my honor to give heed to the beliefs of our people. Lord Rahl said that surrender would not mean that we had to give up our customs and beliefs. Tristan, you have an annoying habit of leaving out things you wish to ignore. Richard said that a land wouldn't have to give up its customs as long as they brought harm to no one and broke no laws common to all. You are stepping over a dangerous line. Mother Confessor, we in no way wish to circumvent his words, or to step over any line. I wish only some time. Time? Time for what? Time, Mother Confessor, to assure myself that the red moon isn't a sign that we have reason to fear joining with Dahara. Now, I can either travel back to Jara and consult with Javas Kadar, or I can simply wait here for a while, if you would prefer, to assure myself that the red moon is not a sign of danger. Kalin knew that the Jarians, and the royal family in particular, were fervent believers in guidance from the stars. As much effort as Tristan devoted to chasing skirts, Kalin knew that were a beautiful woman to offer him her charm, he would flee from her if he believed the stars were against him. It would take him at least a month to return to Jara, consult the star guide, and return to Aidendrill. How long would you have to wait in Aidendrill before you felt comfortable and could in good conscience surrender? He frowned thoughtfully for a moment. If Aidendrill remains safe for a couple of weeks after such a significant sign, then I would feel safe in knowing that the sign was not a bad portent. Kaelin drummed her fingers. You have 2 weeks, Tristan. Not 1 day more. Thank you, Mother Confessor. I pray that in 2 weeks we can consummate our union with Dahara. He bowed. Good day, Mother Confessor. And I look forward to the stars remaining fair for us. He took a step away, but turned back. By the way, would you happen to know of a place I can stay for such a length of time? Our palace was burned down in your battle with the blood of the fold. But with all the damage to Aidendrill, I'm having difficulty in finding accommodation. She knew what he was angling for, to be close, so he could see if the stars struck out against Daharan rule. The man thought too much of himself, thought himself more clever than he was. Kaelin smiled. Oh, yes, I know a place. You will stay right here, where we can keep an eye on you until the 2 weeks are up. He buttoned his blue coat. I thank you, Mother Confessor, for your hospitality. It is most appreciated. And Tristan, while you are a guest under my roof, if you lay a finger or anything else on any of the women living and working here, I will see to it that the anything else is cut off. He laughed good-naturedly. Mother Confessor, I never knew you believed the gossip about me. I'm afraid that I often have to resort to the charms of coin for company, but I'm flattered that you would think me so talented at wooing young ladies. If I should break your rules, I would expect to be put on trial and subjected to your choice of punishment. Trial. Richard said that the people who sent the Temple of the Winds away were put on trial. In the Wizard's Keep, there were records of all trials held there. She had never read any of those books, but she had been told of them. Maybe they could find out from the records of the trial what happened to the Temple of the Wind. As Kaelin watched Tristan Bashkar departing behind a pair of guards, she thought about Richard and wondered what he would find. She wondered if he was about to lose another brother. Kaelin knew most of the women working at the Confessor's palace. The women at the palace respected Richard as a man of honor. She wouldn't like to think that they would be prey to a man who would win them by trading on their trust of Richard. She felt a pang of sadness for Richard. She knew he was hoping that Dreffin would be a brother he could be proud of. Kaelin hoped that Dreffin didn't turn out to be trouble. She remembered his hand on Kara. Kaelin turned to the moored Sith. 3 more with us, 1 lost, and 1 yet to decide. Kara smiled conspiratorially. A sister of the Aegil must be able to strike fear into people's hearts. Mother Confessor, you wear the Aegil well. I thought I could hear some of their knees knocking all the way up here. Chapter 27. Armor and weapons clattered and clanged as the soldiers following behind marched up the steep cobbled street. Narrow houses, mostly 3 and 4 stories, sat cheek by jowl, with the upper floors overhanging the lower so that the topmost almost closed off the sky. It was a gloomy part of the city. Soldiers throughout the city had cheered their thanks as Richard passed, wishing him good health and long life. Some had wanted to buy him a drink. Some had run up to bow before him and give the devotion. Master all guide us, Master all teach us, Master all protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled, we live only to serve, our lives are yours. They had hailed him as a great wizard for protecting them and healing their sickness. Richard felt more than a little uncomfortable at their acclaim. He had, after all, simply instructed them to take well-known cures for intestinal distress. He hadn't worked any magic. He had tried to explain it wasn't magic, that the things they ate and drank had cured them. They would hear none of it. They had expected magic from him, and in their eyes they had gotten it. He had finally given up on explaining and took to waving his thanks for their praises. Had they gone to an herb seller, they would no doubt be just as healthy and complaining about the price. He had to admit, though, that it did make him feel good to know that he had helped people for a change instead of hurting them. He understood a little of what Nadine must feel when she helped people with her herbs. He had been warned of a wizard's need for balance. There was balance in all things, but especially in magic. He could no longer eat meat. It made him sick, and suspected it was the gift-seeking balance for the killing he sometimes had to do. He liked to think that helping people was part of the balance in being a war wizard. Sullen people going about their business moved to the side of the cramped street, tramping through the dirty snow still in the sheltered places in order to squeeze past the soldiers.
Grim-looking groups of older boys and young men watched warily and then vanished around corners as Richard and his escort approached. Richard absently touched the gold-worked leather pouch on his belt. It contained white sorcerer's sand that had been in the pouch when he found the belt in the keep. Sorcerer's sand was the crystallized bones of the wizards who had given their lives in the towers of perdition, separating the old and new world. It was a sort of distilled magic. White sorcerer's sand gave power to spells drawn with it, good and evil. The proper spell drawn in white sorcerer's sand could invoke the keeper. He touched the other gold-worked pouch on his belt. A little leather purse tied securely inside contained black sorcerer's sand. He had gathered that sorcerer's sand himself from one of the towers. No wizard since the towers were built had been able to gather any black sorcerer's sand. It could only be taken from a tower by one with subtractive magic. Black sorcerer's sand was the counter to the white. They nullified each other. Even one grain of the black would contaminate a spell drawn with the white, even one drawn to invoke the keeper. He had used it to defeat Darkenral's spirit and send him back to the underworld. Prelate Annalena had told him to guard the black sand with his life, that a spoonful of it was worth kingdoms. He possessed several kingdoms' worth. He never let the little leather purse containing the black sand out of his sight or his reach. Children, layered with ragged clothes for warmth against the cold spring day, played catch the fox in the tightly hemmed street, running from doorway to doorway, giggling with glee at the prospect of finding the fox, and more so at seeing the impressive procession coming up their very own street. Even seeing happy children didn't bring a smile to Richard's face. "This one, Lord Rawle," General Curson said. The general lifted a thumb to a door on the right, set back a few feet into the clapboard face of a building. The faded red paint was flaking off the bottom of the door where the weather worked on it the most. A small sign said, Latherton Rooming House. Page 211. A big, stocky man inside didn't look up from a chair behind a rickety table set with dry biscuits and a bottle. He stared at nothing with red-rimmed eyes. His hair was disheveled and his clothes rumpled. He seemed in a daze. Beyond him was a stairway, and beside that a narrow hall that ran back into darkness. "Closed," he murmured. "Are you Silas Latherton?" Richard asked, his gaze sweeping the clutter of dirty clothes and bed-sheets awaiting washing. A half-dozen empty ewers sat against the wall, along with a stack of wash-rags. The man peered up from behind a puzzled frown. "Yeah. Who are you? You look familiar." "I'm Richard Rawle. Perhaps you see a resemblance to my brother Dreffin." "Dreffin?" The man's eyes widened. "Lord Rawle!" His chair rasped noisily against the floor as he shoved it back and stood to bow. "Forgive me. I didn't recognize you. I've never seen you before. I didn't know that the healer was your brother. I beg the Lord Rawle's forgiveness." For the first time, Silas noticed the dark-haired moored Sith at Richard's side, the muscled general at the other side, Richard's two huge bodyguards towering behind him, and the phalanx of soldiers spilling out the doorway and into the street. He raked his greasy hair back and stood up straighter. "Show me the room where the woman was murdered," Richard said. Silas Latherton bowed twice before hurrying to the stairs, tucking in his shirt as he went. Checking over his shoulder to make sure Richard was following, he climbed the stairs two at a time. They objected to his weight with creaks and groans. He finally came to a halt before a door partway down a narrow hall. With the walls painted red, the candles at either end of the hall provided little illumination. The place stank. "In here, Lord Rawle," Silas said. When he moved to open the door, Raina snatched his collar and pulled him back out of the way. She planted him in place with a sinister look. A look like that from Raina was enough to give an angry cloud pause. She opened the door, and, Aegil in hand, stepped into the room before Richard. Richard waited a moment while Raina checked the room for threat. It was easier than objecting. Silas stared at the floor while Richard and General Curson went into the little room. Ulick and Egan took up posts beside the door and folded their massive arms. There wasn't much to see. A bed, a small pine chest beside it, and a washstand. A dark stain discolored the unfinished spruce floorboards. The blood stain ran under the bed and covered nearly the entire floor. The size of it didn't surprise him. The general had told him what had been done to the woman. The water in the wash basin looked to be at least half blood. The rag hanging over its side was red with it. The killer had washed the blood from himself before he left. He must either be neat or, more likely, didn't want to walk out past Silas Latherton dripping blood. Richard opened the pine chest. It contained orderly stacks of clothes and nothing else. He let the lid drop back down. Richard leaned a hand against the doorway. No one heard anything? Silas shook his head. A woman is mutilated like that, has her breasts cut off, and is stabbed hundreds of times, and no one heard a thing? Richard realized that his exhaustion was putting an edge to his voice. His mood wasn't helping either, he guessed. Silas swallowed. She'd been gagged, Lord Rall. Her hands were tied too. Richard scowled. She must have kicked her feet. No one heard her kicking? If someone was slicing me up and I was gagged and my hands were tied, I'd have kicked the washstand over at least. She must have kicked her feet trying to get someone's attention. I didn't hear it if she did. None of the other women heard it either. Least they never mentioned it. And I'd think they would have come got me if they'd heard anything like that. If there was trouble, they always came to me. They always did. They know I'm not shy about protecting them. Richard rubbed his eyes. The prophecy wouldn't leave him be. He had a headache. Bring the other women here. I want to talk to them. They left me after. Silas gestured vaguely. Except Bridget. He hurried to the end of the hall and knocked on the last door. A woman with rumpled red hair peered out after he spoke quietly to her. She withdrew back into her room, and in a moment emerged, pulling a cream-colored robe closed. She tossed a quick knot in the tie as she followed Silas up the hall to Richard. Standing in the belly of a stinking whorehouse, Richard was getting more angry with himself by the moment. Despite trying to be objective, he had begun to let himself be happy about having a brother. He was beginning to like Dreffin. Dreffin was a healer. What could be more noble? Silas and the woman bowed. They both looked the way Richard felt, dirty, tired, and distraught. Did you hear anything? Bridget shook her head. Her eyes looked haunted. Did you know the woman who died? Rose, Bridget said. I only met her once for a few minutes. She just came here yesterday. Do either of you have any idea who murdered her? Silas and Bridget shared a look. We know who did it, Lord Rall, Silas said, a smoldering tone welling in his voice. Fat Harry. Fat Harry? Who's that? Where can we find him? For the first time, Silas Latherton's features twisted in anger. I shouldn't have let him come here anymore. The women didn't like him. None of us girls would take him anymore, Bridget said. He drinks, and when he drinks, he gets mean. There's no need to put up with that, not with the army. Her words died out as she glanced at the general. She resumed with a different tack. We have enough clients nowadays. We don't have to put up with mean drunks like Fat Harry. The women all told me that they wouldn't see Harry no more, Silas said. When he came last night, I knew that they would all say no. Harry was real insistent and seemed sober enough, so I asked Rose if she'd see him, as she was new and didn't know she was in danger, Richard finished. It wasn't like that, Silas said defensively. Harry didn't seem to be drunk. I knew the other women wouldn't take him, though, sober or not, so I asked Rose if she was interested. She said she could use the money. Harry was the last one with her. She was found a little while later. Where can we find this Harry? Silas's eyes narrowed. In the underworld where he belongs. You killed him? No one saw who slit his fat throat. I wouldn't know who done it. Richard glanced at the long knife tucked behind Silas's belt. He didn't blame the man. If they had captured Fat Harry, he would get the same for his crime as had already been done. Although he would have had a trial first, and he could have confessed, just to be sure it was he who had done it. That was why they used confessors, to be sure they had convicted the guilty man. Once touched by her magic, a criminal would confess all that he had done. Richard wouldn't want Caelan to hear what had been done to this woman, Rose, especially not from the beast who had done it. It made him sick to his stomach to think of Caelan having to touch a man like that, a man who had killed a woman in such a brutal fashion. He feared he would have killed Harry himself to keep Caelan from having to touch the flesh of a man like that. He knew she had touched other men who were no better. He didn't want her to ever have to do that again. He knew it had to hurt her to hear such perverted crimes confessed in detail. He feared to think what terrible memories haunted her and visited her dreams. Richard forced his mind off it and looked at Bridget. "Why did you stay when the others ran off?" She shrugged. "Some of them had children and feared for them. I don't fault them their fears. But we were always safe here. Silas has always been fair to me. I've been hurt other places, but never here. It wasn't Silas's fault that a crazy killer did this. Silas always respected our wishes when we said we wouldn't see a man again." Richard felt his stomach tighten. "And you saw Dreffin?" "Sure. All the girls saw Dreffin." "All the girls," Richard repeated. He held a tight grip on his anger. "Yeah, we all saw him, except Rose. She never got a chance, 'cause she—" "So, Dreffin didn't have a favorite?" Richard had been hoping that Dreffin had confined himself to one woman he liked, and that maybe she would be one who was healthy, at least. Bridget's brow wrinkled up. "How can a healer have a favorite?" "Well, I mean, was there one he preferred? Or did he just take who was available?" The woman stuck a finger into her mat of red hair and scratched her scalp. "I think you got the wrong idea about Dreffin, Lord Rahl. He never touched us in that way. He only came here to do his healing." "He came here to heal?" "Yeah," Bridget said. Silas nodded his agreement. "Half the girls had something or other, rashes and sores and such. Most people who sell herbs and cures don't want to help our kind, so we just live with our ailments. Dreffin told us how he wanted us to wash. He gave us herbs and unguents to put on the sores. He came twice before, real late, after we was done, so as not to interfere with us earning a living. He checked on the girls' children, too. Dreffin was special kind with the children. One had a bad cough, and he got better after Dreffin gave him something to take. He came checking on us early this morning. After he saw one of the girls, he went to Rose's room to check on her. That's when he found her. He came flying out of her room after what he saw and was calling out." She pointed at the floor at Richard's feet, between throwing up. "We all rushed out in the hall and saw him there on his knees, heaved his guts out right there." "So he didn't come here to... and he never..." Bridget guffawed. "I offered, no charge, since he helped me and all with what he gave me. He said that wasn't why he had come. He said he only wanted to help, that he was a healer. I offered, mind you, and I can be very persuasive." She winked. "But he said no. He has a real handsome smile, he does. Just like yours, Lord Rahl." "Enter," came the response to Richard's knock. Dreffin was kneeling before his array of candles set about on the table against the wall. His head was bowed, and his hands were folded in supplication. "I hope I'm not interrupting," Richard said. Dreffin looked back over his shoulder and then stood. His eyes reminded Richard of Darken Rahl. Dreffin had the same blue eyes, with the same indefinably odd, unsettling look in them. Richard couldn't help being disquieted by them. It sometimes made him feel as if Darken Rahl himself were staring at him. People who had lived in fear of Darken Rahl were probably terrified when they looked into Richard's eyes, too. "What are you doing?" Richard asked. "Praying to the good spirits to watch over the soul of someone." "Whose soul?" Dreffin sighed. He looked tired and doleful. "The soul of a woman no one cared about." "A woman named Rose?" Dreffin nodded. "How did you know about her?" He waved off his own question. "Forgive me, I wasn't thinking. You're the Lord Rahl. I expect you get reports of such things." "Yes, well, I do hear about things." Richard spotted something new in the room. "I see you've taken to brightening up the decor." Dreffin saw where Richard was looking and went to the chair beside the bed. He returned with a small pillow. He ran his fingers lovingly over the rose embroidered on it. This was hers. They didn't know where she came from, so Silas, he's the man who runs the house, Silas insisted I take this for the small help I offer the women there. I won't accept their money. If they had money to spare, they wouldn't be doing what they do. Richard wasn't an expert, but the embroidered rose looked to be done with care. Do you think she made it? Dreffin shrugged. Silas didn't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she saw it somewhere and bought it because it had a rose on it, like her name. He gently rubbed his thumb back and forth across the rose as he stared at it. Dreffin, what are you doing going to places like that? There's no shortage of people needing healing. We have soldiers here who were wounded down by the pit. There's plenty for you to do. Why were you going to whorehouses? Dreffin dragged a finger down the stem of green thread. I'm seeing to the soldiers. I go on my own time before people are up and need me. But why go there at all? Dreffin's eyes welled with tears as he stared at the rose on the pillow. My mother was a whore, he whispered. I am the son of a whore. Some of those women have children. I could have been any one of them. Just like Rose, my mother took the wrong man to her bed. No one knew Rose. No one knew who she was or where she came from. I don't even know my own mother's name. She wouldn't tell the healers she left me with. Only that she was a whore. Dreffin, I'm sorry, that was a pretty stupid question. No, it was a perfectly logical question. No one cares about those women. I mean, cares about them as people. They get beaten bloody by the men who come to them. They catch terrible diseases. They're scorned by other people. Herb sellers don't want them coming into their shops. It gives them a reputation. And then decent people won't come around. Many of the things those women have, even I don't know how to cure. They suffer sad, lingering deaths, just for money. Some of them are drunks, and the men prostitute them and pay them with liquor. They're drunk all the time and don't know the difference. Some of them think they'll find a rich man and be his mistress. They think they will please him and gain his favor, like my mother. Instead, they have bastard children like me. Richard was mentally wincing. He had been ready to believe that Dreffin was an unfeeling opportunist. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm the son of that bastard, too. Dreffin looked up and smiled. I guess so. At least your mother loved you. Mine didn't. She didn't even leave me her name. Don't say that, Dreffin. Your mother loved you. She took you to a place where you would be safe, didn't she? He nodded. And left me there with people she didn't know. But she left you because she had to, so that you would be safe. Can you imagine how that must have hurt her? Can you imagine how it must have broken her heart to leave you with strangers? She must have loved you a great deal to do that for you. Dreffin smiled. Wise words, my brother. With a mind like that, you might make something of yourself someday. Richard returned the smile. Sometimes we have to do desperate things to save the ones we love. I have a grandfather who has great admiration for acts of desperation. I think with your mother, I'm beginning to understand what he means. Grandfather? My mother's father. Richard idly stroked a finger along the raised gold wire, spelling out the word truth on the hilt of the sword. One of the greatest men I've ever had the honor of knowing. My mother died when I was young, and my father, the man I thought was my father, was often gone on his business as a trader. Zed practically raised me. I guess I'm more Zed than anyone else. Zed had the gift. Richard had inherited the gift not only from Dark and Rahl, but also from Zed, from his mother's side as well as his father's. From both bloodlines, Richard found comfort in knowing that the gift of a good man flowed in his veins, and not just that of Dark and Rahl. Is he still living? Richard looked away from Dreffin's blue Dark and Rahl eyes. I believe he is. I don't think anyone else does, but I do. Sometimes I feel like if I don't believe, then he will be dead. Dreffin laid a hand on Richard's shoulder. Then keep believing. You may be right. You're fortunate to have a family. I know, because I don't. You do now, Dreffin. You have a brother, at least, and soon a sister-in-law. Thanks, Richard. That means a lot to me. How about you? I hear you have half the women in the palace chasing after you. Any of them special? Dreffin smiled distantly. Girls, that's all. Girls who think they know what they want and are impressed by foolish things that shouldn't matter. I see them all batting their eyelashes at you, too. Some people are drawn to power. People like my mother. Me? You're seeing things. Dreffin turned serious. Kaelin is beautiful. You're a fortunate man to have a woman of such substance and noble character. A woman like that only comes along once in a lifetime, and then only if the good spirits smile on you. I know. I'm the luckiest man alive. Richard stared off, thinking about the prophecy and the things he had read in Kolo's journal. Life wouldn't be worth living without her. Dreffin laughed and slapped Richard on the back. If you weren't my brother, and a good one besides, I'd steal her from you and have her for myself. On second thought, you'd better be careful. I may yet decide to have her. Richard smiled with him. I'll be careful. Dreffin pointed an admonishing finger at Richard. You treat her right. I'd not know how to do otherwise. Richard swept a hand out, indicating the small, simple room, and changed the subject. What are you still doing here? We can find you better quarters than this. Dreffin gazed about at his room. This is a king's room compared to my quarters at home. We live simply. This room is almost more ostentation than I can bear. His brow drew down. It isn't what kind of house you have that matters. This is not happiness. It's what kind of mind you have, and how you care for your fellow man. What you can do to help others who can be helped by no one else. Richard adjusted the bands at his wrists. They made him sweat under the leather pads. You're right, Dreffin. He hadn't even realized it, but he had come to be used to his surroundings. Since he had left Heartland, he had seen many splendid places. His own home, back in Heartland, wasn't nearly as nice as this plain room, and he had been happy there. He had been happy being a woods guide. But, as Dreffin said, a person had to help others who could be helped in no other way. He was stuck with being Lord Ral. Kaelin was the balance. Now all he had to do was find the Temple of the Winds before he lost it all. At least he had a woman he loved more than he would ever have thought possible. And now, too, he had a brother. Dreffin, do you know the meaning of Rog Moss? I was taught that it's Old Hyde-Haran, meaning divine wind. Do you know Hyde-Haran? Dreffin brushed back his tumbled-down blonde hair. Just that word. I hear that you're their leader. You've done well for yourself to become the leader of a community of healers. It's the only life I've ever known. Being the high priest, though, mostly means that they have someone to blame when things go wrong. If someone we try to help doesn't get better, the healers point in my direction and say, he is our leader, talk to him. Being high priest means I have to read the reports and records and try to explain to distraught relatives that we are only healers, and we can't revoke the keeper's call. Sounds more impressive than it is, really. I'm sure you exaggerate. I'm proud that you've done well. What are the Rogmos? Where do they come from? Legend has it that the Rogmos were founded thousands of years ago by wizards whose gift was for healing. The gift began dying out in the race of man, and wizards, especially ones gifted for healing, became more and more rare. Dreffin told Richard the story of how the community of the Rogmos started to change as wizards began dying out. Worried that their work would die out with them, the healers, the wizard healers, decided to take in apprentices without the gift. Over time, there were fewer and fewer wizards to oversee the work, until long ago the last of the wizards died. It sounded to Richard much like reading in Kolo's journal how different the keep had been in that time long past, when it was filled with wizards and their families. Now there are no gifted among us, Dreffin said. The Rogmos were taught many keys of health and healing, but we have nowhere near the talent of the wizards of old. We have no magic to aid us. We do what we can, with the teachings the true healers of old passed down, but we can only do so much. It's a simple life, a hard life, but it has rewards that comforts of belongings can't provide. I understand. It must be the best feeling in the world to help people. Dreffen's face took on a curious set. What of you? What is your gift, your talent? Richard looked away from Dreffen's eyes. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. I was born a war wizard, he whispered. I have been named Fuer Grisa Ost Drauka, High Daharan for the bringer of death. The room fell silent. Richard cleared his throat. I was pretty distraught by that at first, but since then I've come to understand that being a war wizard means that I have been born to help others by protecting them from those who would enslave them, from those like our bastard father, Darken Ral. I understand, Dreffen said into the uneasy silence. Sometimes the best use of our ability is to kill, such as to end a life that has no hope but pain, or to end the life of one who would bring endless pain to others. Richard rubbed a thumb over the symbols on the silver bands at his wrist. Yes, I understand what you mean by that now. I don't think I did before. We both must do things that we don't like, but which must be done. Dreffen smiled a small smile. Not many other than my healers ever understand it. I'm glad you do. Sometimes killing is the greatest of charity. I am careful to whom I speak those words. It is good to have my brother understand him. The same with me, Dreffen. Before Richard could ask more, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Raina poked her head in. Her long, dark braid fell forward over her shoulder. Lord Ral, do you have a moment? What is it, Raina? Raina rolled her eyes, indicating someone behind her. Nadine wishes to see you. She seems upset about something and will only speak to you. When Richard gestured, Raina opened the door a little wider, and Nadine pushed her way in, oblivious to Raina's scowl. Richard, you have to come with me. She took up his hand in both of hers. Please? Please, Richard, come with me. There's someone here who desperately needs to see you. Who? She looked to be genuinely troubled. She tugged on his hand. Please, Richard. Richard was still wary. Mind if I bring Dreffen along? Of course not. I was going to ask that you did. Let's go, then, if it's really important. She held his hand tight and dragged him behind her. Chapter 28. Richard spotted Kaelin coming down the hall toward him. She frowned at seeing Nadine pulling him along by the hand. Dreffen, Raina, Ulick, and Egan trailed behind him as they all wove their way past palace staff going about their chores and soldiers on patrol. Richard shrugged to Kaelin. Nadine glared at Kaelin before turning down the hall toward her room. He wondered what that was all about. Annoyed, Richard yanked his hand away from Nadine's grip, but kept following. Nadine skirted a walnut table against the wall beneath an old tapestry with a herd of white-tailed deer grazing before white-peaked mountains in the background. She checked over her shoulder to make sure Richard was still with her. Kaelin and Kara caught up. Kaelin fell in beside him. Well, Kara said from behind as she stroked her thick braid. Doesn't this look interesting? Richard shot her a scowl. Nadine turned and impatiently snatched his hand again. You promised. Come on. I promised nothing. I said I'd go with you, Richard complained. I didn't say I would run. Big, strong Lord Ral can't keep up with me? Nadine taunted. The woods guide I remember could walk faster than this when he was half asleep. I am half asleep, he muttered. The guards told me you were back and had gone to Dreffen's room, Kaelin whispered to him. I was on my way to meet you there. What's this business with Nadine? Her whispered question was laced with aggravation. He noticed her quick glance to Nadine's hand gripping his. Beats me. She wants me to see someone. And must you hold her hand to do it? She growled under her breath. He yanked his hand away again. Kaelin stole a quick peek at Dreffen, back behind Kara and Raina. She twined her arm through Richard's. How are you doing? What did you find out? Richard put his hand over hers and gave it a squeeze. Everything is fine, he whispered to her. It wasn't what I thought. I'll tell you about it later. What about the murderer? Has anyone found him yet? Yes, someone found him and murdered him for his crime, Richard told her. What about the representatives? Did you take care of it? Her answer was a moment in coming. Grenadon, Togressa, and Pendleton Reach surrendered. Jara may yet, but they wish to wait for 2 weeks for a sign from the sky. Richard frowned. Mardovia refused to join with us. They choose to remain neutral. Richard jerked to a halt. What? Everyone marching behind him almost lurched into him. They refuse to surrender. They claim to be neutral. The Order doesn't recognize neutrality. Neither do we. Didn't you tell them that? Kalen's face showed nothing. Of course I did. Richard hadn't meant to yell at her. He was angry at Mardovia, not her. General Rybish is in the south. Maybe we could have him take Mardovia before the Order grinds them into carrion. Richard, they were given a chance. They are now the walking dead. We can't waste the lives of our soldiers to take Mardovia just so that we might protect them. It would serve no purpose, and it would weaken our effort. Nadine pushed between them and glared at Kalen. You talk to that evil Jagang. You know what he's like. Those people will all die if you leave them to the Order. You just don't care about the lives of innocent people. You're heartless. From the corner of his eye, Richard saw a red flash as Kara's Aegil spun up into her hand. Richard shoved Nadine on ahead of him. Kalen is right. It just took a moment for it to sink in through my thick skull. Mardovia has chosen their own path. They must walk it. Now, if you want to show me someone, then show me. I have important things to do. Nadine huffed, flipped her thick brown hair back over her shoulder, and marched on. Kara and Raina were scowling at the back of her head. A scowl from a moored Sith was more often than not prelude to a serious consequence. Richard had probably just spared Nadine that consequence. Someday, he was going to have to do something about Shota, before Kalen tried. Richard leaned toward Kalen. I'm sorry. I'm dead tired, and I just wasn't thinking. She squeezed his arm. You promised you would get some sleep, remember? Soon as I see to this business with Nadine, whatever it is. At the door to her room, Nadine snatched Richard's hand again and tugged him in. Before he could object, he saw the boy sitting on a red chair. Richard thought he recognized him as one of the Ja-La players he had watched. The boy was shuddering in tears. When he saw Richard coming into the room, he jumped down off the chair and swiped the floppy wool hat from his head of blonde hair. He stood, crushing his hat in his fists, trembling expectantly, tears coursing down his face. Richard crouched down before the boy. I'm Lord Rull. I hear you need to see me. What's your name? He wiped his nose. The tears kept coming. Yonick. There now, Yonick, what's the matter? He could only get out the word brother before succumbing to gasping sobs. Richard took the boy in his arms and comforted him. He wept in racking sobs as he clung to Richard. His misery was heartbreaking. Can you tell me what's the matter, Yonick? Please, Father Rull, my brother's sick, real sick. Richard stood the boy on his feet before him. He is? What's he sick with? I don't know, Yonick cried. We bought him herbs. We tried everything. He's so sick. He's just been getting worse since I came to see you before. Since you came to see me before? Yes, Nadine snapped. He came begging for your help a few days ago. Nadine thrust a finger at Kalen. She sent him away. Kalen's face went crimson. Her jaw worked, but no words came out. All she cares about are her armies and fighting wars and hurting people. She doesn't care about a miserable little boy who's sick. She would only care if he was some fancy important diplomat. She doesn't know what it is to be poor and sick. With a glare, Richard froze Kara's advance. He turned and glared at Nadine. That's enough. Dreffin laid a hand on Kalen's shoulder. I'm sure you had a good reason. You couldn't have known how sick his brother was. No one is blaming you. Richard turned back to the boy. Yonick, my brother here, Dreffin, is a healer. Take us to your brother, and we'll see if we can't help him. And I have herbs, Nadine said. I'll help your brother too, Yonick. We'll do everything we can, we promise. Yonick wiped his eyes. Please hurry. Kip is real sick. Kalen looked on the verge of tears. Richard put a hand tenderly to her back. He could feel her trembling. He feared how sick the boy's brother might be, and wanted to spare her seeing it. He feared she might blame herself. Why don't you wait here while we see to this? Her wet green eyes flashed up at him. I'm going, she said, through gritted teeth. Richard gave up trying to remember the warren of narrow streets and twisting alleys they went down, and simply noted where the sun was in the sky in order to keep his bearings as Yannick led them through a maze of buildings and walled courtyards hung with laundry. Chickens flapped and squawked as they scattered out of the way. Some of the tiny walled courtyards held a few goats or sheep or a pig or two. The animals seemed incongruous amid the tightly packed buildings. Overhead, people carried on conversations from opposing windows. Some leaned out on elbows to have a look at the procession led by a boy. It created quite a stir. Richard knew that it was the sight of Lord Rawl dressed in his black war wizard's outfit with a gold cloak billowing out behind, and the Mother Confessor in her pristine white dress that was the object of wonder, rather than the knot of soldiers or two moored Sith. Soldiers were common, and the city people probably didn't have a clue as to who the two women in brown leather were. People in the streets and alleyways pushed their carts of vegetables, wood, or household goods to the side to get out of the way. Others stood against the walls and watched, as if it were a miniature impromptu parade unexpectedly coming through their neighborhood. At intersections, soldiers on patrol cheered their Lord Rawl and called out their thanks for his curing their ailment. Richard held a tight grip on Kaelin's hand. She hadn't spoken a word since they left the palace. He had made Nadine walk behind, between the two moored Sith. He hoped Nadine knew enough to keep her mouth shut. Yannick pointed. "Just up there." They followed him as he turned from the street down a narrow alley between stone walls forming the bottom floors of houses, with wood above for the second story. Water dripping from melting snow overhead splashed mud from the alley a few feet up onto the stone. With one hand, Kaelin held Richard's, and with the other she held the hem of her dress up as she followed him down the line of boards laid in the mud. Yannick paused at a door under a small shed roof. People peered out windows to each side. When Richard caught up, Yannick opened the door and ran up the stairs, calling out for his mother. A door at the top of the stairs squeaked open. A woman in a brown dress and white apron stared down at the boy running up the stairs. "Ma, it's Lord Rawl. I brought Lord Rawl." "The good spirits be praised," she said. She rested a weary hand on her son's back as he threw his arms around her waist. She lifted her other hand toward a doorway at the rear of the small room used as kitchen, dining room, and living area. "Thank you for coming," she mumbled to Richard, but she broke down in tears before she could finish. Yannick ran for the back room. "This way, Lord Rawl." Richard squeezed the woman's arm to reassure her as he swept past, following Yannick. Kaelin still gripped his other hand. Nadine and Dreffin followed on their heels, with Kara and Raina close behind. Yannick balked at the bedroom door as the rest of them entered. A single candle on a small table struggled to ward off the shroud of darkness. A basin of water and soapy rags stood vigil beside the candle. The rest of the room, mostly taken up with 3 pallets, seemed to be waiting for the candle's diligence to flag, so night could seize the room. A small figure lay on the far pallet. Richard, Kaelin, Nadine, and Dreffin crowded in beside it. Yannick and his mother, silhouetted by the light from beyond the door, stood at the brink of the darkness, watching. The room stank like rotting meat. Dreffin pushed back the hood of his flaxen cloak. "Open the shutters so I can see." Kara drew both open and folded them against the wall, allowing the light to flood into the tiny room and reveal a blond-headed boy covered to his neck with a white sheet and blanket. The side of his neck, just above the sheet, was grossly distended. His uneven breaths rattled. "What's his name?" Dreffin called back to the mother. "Kip," she said in a whining cry. Dreffin patted the boy's shoulder. "We're here to help you, Kip." Nadine leaned in. "Yes, Kip. We'll have you up and about in no time." She put her hand back over her mouth and nose against the smell of rot that gagged them all. The boy didn't respond. His eyes were closed. His sweaty hair was plastered against his forehead. Dreffin drew the bed covers down to Kip's waist, below his hands resting on his stomach. The boy's fingertips were black. Dreffin stiffened. "Dear spirits," he breathed. He rocked back on his heels and touched the back of his hand to the legs of the 2 moored Sith towering behind them. "Get Richard out of here," he whispered urgently. "Get him out now." Without questioning, Kara and Raina thrust hands under Richard's arms and started to pull him up. Richard jerked away from their grip. "What's going on?" he demanded. "What's the matter?" Dreffin wiped a hand across his mouth. He glanced over his shoulder at the mother and Yannick. His gaze took in the rest of them before settling on Richard. He leaned closer. "This boy has the plague." Richard stared at him. "What do we have to do to cure him?" Drefton lifted an eyebrow. He turned back to the boy, elevating a little hand. "Look at his fingertips." The fingertips were black. He pulled the bed cover aside. "Look at his toes." His toes were black. He opened the boy's trousers. "Look at his penis." The tip of it was black, too. "That's gangrene. It rots the extremities. This is why they call it the Black Death." Richard cleared his throat. "What can we do for him?" Dreffin's voice lowered even more with incredulity. "Richard, did you hear what I said? Black Death. People sometimes recover from the plague, but not when it's this advanced." "If we would have gotten to him sooner," Nadine's imputation trailed off. Kalen's grip on Richard's forearm tightened painfully. He heard her stifle a cry. Richard glared at Nadine. She looked away. "And do you know how to cure the plague, herb woman?" Dreffin sneered. "Well, Nadine blushed and fell silent. The boy's eyes fluttered open. His head rolled toward them. "Lord Ral," he said with a shallow breath. Richard put a hand on his shoulder. "Yes, Kip. I came to see you. I'm here." Kip nodded the slightest bit. "I waited." His chest rested longer between each breath. "What can you do to help?" came a tearful question from the doorway. "How soon will he be well again?" Dreffin opened the collar of his white ruffled shirt as he leaned close to Richard. "Say something comforting to the boy. That's all we can do. He won't last long. I'll go talk to the mother. It's part of the job of healer." Dreffin stood, pulling Nadine away with him. Kalen was leaning against Richard's shoulder. He feared looking at her, lest she break down in tears. Lest he break down in tears. "Kip, you'll be up and playing Jala soon. You'll be getting over this any day now. I'd like to come watch another of your Jala games. I promise to come just as soon as you're better." A faint smile passed over the boy's face. His eyelids closed part way. His ribs sank as breath abandoned his lungs. Richard crouched, feeling his heart pounding as he waited for the boy's lungs to fill again. They didn't. Silence settled into the room, patiently waiting for darkness to return. Richard could hear the wheels of a hand-cart outside squeaking, and the distant raucous cry of ravens. The music of children's laughter drifted in the air. This child would never laugh again. Kalen's head fell against his shoulder. Soft sobs claimed her as she clutched his sleeve. Richard reached over to pull the sheet over the body. The boy's hand rose slowly off his stomach. Richard froze. The hand floated purposefully to Richard's throat. The black fingers curled, gathering Richard's shirt in a death grip. Kalen had fallen silent. They both knew that the boy had died. The boy's hand drew Richard closer. The long, silent lungs filled once more with a breath. Richard, the hair at the base of his neck stiffening, put his ear close. "The winds," the dead boy whispered, "hunt you." Chapter 29. Richard stared in a daze as Dreffin wrapped the dead boy in the sheet. Only Richard and Kalen had seen what had happened, had heard what the dead boy had said. Behind him in the outer room, the mother wailed in anguish. Dreffin leaned close to him. "Richard." Dreffin touched his arm. "Richard." Richard started. "What?" "What do you want to do?" "Do? What do you mean?" Dreffin glanced over his shoulder at the rest of them back by the door. "What do you want to tell the people about this? I mean, he died of the plague. Do you want to try to keep it a secret?" Richard couldn't seem to make his mind work. Kalen leaned past Richard. "A secret? Why would we want to do that?" Dreffin took a deep breath. "Well, word of a plague might cause a panic. If we let people know, believe me, word of it will beat us back to the palace." "Do you think others have it?" she asked. Dreffin shrugged. "I doubt there would be only one isolated case. We have to bury or burn the body at once. His bed covers, bed, and anything else he touched should be burned. The room should be treated with smoke. Won't people want to know why that's being done? Richard asked. Won't they guess the reason? Probably. Then how could it be kept a secret? You're the Lord Rahl. Your word is law. You would have to suppress any information, arrest the family, accuse them of a crime, have them held until this is over, have the soldiers carry off all their possessions to be burned and shut up their home. Richard closed his eyes and pressed his fingertips to them. He was the seeker of truth, not the suppressor of it. We can't do that to a family who just lost a boy. I won't do that. Besides, wouldn't it be better if people knew? Don't people have a right to know of the danger they're in? Dreffin nodded. If it were my decision, I would want people to know. I've seen the plague before in small places. Some have tried to suppress the knowledge of it to prevent panic. But when more people start dying, it couldn't be kept a secret. Richard felt as though the sky had fallen on him. He struggled to make his mind work, but the dead boy's words kept echoing around in his head. The winds hunt you. If we try to lie to people, they won't believe anything we say. We have to tell them the truth. They've a right to know. I agree with Richard, Kalin said. We shouldn't try to deceive people, especially about something that could endanger their lives. Dreffin nodded his concurrence. We're fortunate, at least, with the time of year. Plague is worst in the heat of summer. It could run rampant if this were summer. In the colder weather of the spring, it shouldn't be able to get a good foothold. With luck, the outbreak of plague will be weak and soon over. Luck, Richard muttered. Luck is for dreamers. I only have nightmares. We have to warn people. Dreffin's blue eyes looked to each in turn. I understand, and I agree with your reasoning. The problem is there's not much to be done other than burying the dead quickly and burning their things. There are remedies, but I fear they are of limited value. I just want to warn you. News of plague will spread like a firestorm. Richard's flesh prickled with goose flesh. On the red moon will come the firestorm. Dear spirits, spare us, Kalin whispered. She was thinking the same as he. Richard sprang up. Yannick. He crossed the room rather than make the boy come to his dead brother. Yes, Lord Rahl? His brow creased as he struggled to hold back his tears. Richard put one knee to the floor and held the boy's shoulders. Yannick, I'm so sorry, but your brother isn't suffering any longer. He's with the good spirits now. He's at peace, and hoping we will remember the good times with him and not be too sad. The good spirits will watch over him. Yannick brushed his blonde hair aside. But I don't want you to blame yourself. Nothing could have been done. Nothing. Sometimes people get sick and none of us has the power to make them well. No one could have done anything. Even if you had brought me right at the first, we couldn't have done anything. But you have magic. Richard felt heartsick. Not for this, he whispered. Richard hugged Yannick for a moment. In the room beyond, the mother wept onto Raina's shoulder. Nadine was wrapping up some herbs for the woman and giving her instructions. The woman nodded against Raina's shoulder as she listened and sobbed. Yannick, I need your help. I need to go see the other boys on your Ja La team. Can you take us to their homes? Yannick wiped his sleeve across his nose. Why? I'm afraid they might be sick too. We have to know. Yannick glanced back at his mother with unspoken concern. Richard gestured for Kara. Yannick, where's your father? He's a felt maker. He works down the street and 3 over to the right. He works until late every day. Richard stood. Kara, have some soldiers go and get Yannick's father. He should be here with his wife right now. Have a couple of soldiers take his place for today and tomorrow and help out as best they can so that his family won't lose the income. Tell Raina to stay here with her until Yannick's father comes home. It shouldn't be long. Then she can catch up with us. At the bottom of the stairs, Kalin clutched his arm, holding him back, and asked Dreffin and Nadine to wait outside with Yannick while Kara went to find his father. Kalin closed the door to the alley, leaving Richard alone with her at the bottom of the dim stairwell. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with trembling fingers. Her green eyes let slip more. Richard, she swallowed and gasped a breath. Richard, I didn't know. There was Marlin and the Sister of the Dark. I never knew that Yannick's brother was so sick, or I would never—"
Richard held up a finger to silence her. He realized, though, by the dread in her eyes, that his scowl was what had silenced her. Don't you dare dignify Nadine's cruel lies with an explanation. Don't you dare. I know you, and would never believe such things about you. Never. She closed her eyes with relief and fell against his chest.
That poor child, she wept.
He stroked a hand down her long, thick hair. I know.
Richard, we both heard what that boy said after he died.
Another warning that the Temple of the Winds has been violated. She pushed herself back. Her green eyes searched his.
Richard, we have to reconsider everything now. What you were telling me about the Temple of the Winds was only one source, and not an official one at that. It was just a journal kept by one man to keep himself occupied while he guarded the Sliff. Besides that, you've only read parts of it, and it's in High Daharan, which is difficult to translate accurately. You may have been getting the wrong idea about the Temple of the Winds from the journal.
Well, I don't know that I would agree.
You're dead tired. You're not thinking. We now know the truth. The Temple of the Winds isn't trying to send a warning. It's trying to kill you.
Richard took pause at the concern on her face. Besides the grief he saw in her eyes, he saw disquiet. Disquiet for him. Kolo didn't make it sound like that was what was happening. From what I've read, I think the Red Moon is a warning that the Temple of the Winds has been violated. When the Red Moon came before,
Kolo said everyone was in an uproar. He didn't explain the uproar, did he? Maybe it was because the temple was trying to kill them. Kolo said that the team who had sent the Temple of the Winds away had betrayed them. Richard, face the facts. That dead boy just delivered a threat from the Temple of the Winds. The Winds hunt you. You hunt something when you want to kill it. The Temple of the Winds is hunting you, trying to kill you.
Then why didn't it kill me instead of the boy? She didn't have an answer. Out in the alley, Dreffin's blue, dark-and-raw eyes watched Richard and Kalin returning over the boards in the mud. It seemed as if the process of deep reflection could be glimpsed through those eyes. Richard guessed that healers had to be keen observers of people, but those eyes made him feel somehow naked. At least he saw no magic in them. Nadine and Yannick waited in mute anxiety. Richard whispered to Kalin to wait with Dreffin and Yannick. He took Nadine's arm. Nadine, would you come with me a moment, please? She beamed up at him.
Sure, Richard.
He helped her step up into the stairwell. As Richard closed the door, she fussed with her hair. When the door was shut, he turned to the smiling Nadine and slammed her back against the wall so hard it drove the wind from her lungs. She pushed off the wall.
Richard!
He seized her by the throat and smacked her against the wall again, holding her there. You and I were never going to be married. The sword's magic, its fury, was bleeding into his voice. It was coursing through his veins. We never are going to be married. I love Kalin. I am going to marry Kalin. The only reason you are still here is because you are somehow tangled in this. You are going to remain here for now until we can figure it out. I can, and I have, forgiven you for what you did to me. But if you ever again say or do anything so cruel and deliberately hurtful to Kalin, you will spend the rest of your time in Aidendrill down in the pit. Do you understand me? Nadine put her fingers tenderly to his forearm. She smiled patiently, as if she thought he didn't fully grasp the situation, and she would make him see her reasoned side of it.
Richard, I know you're upset right now. Everyone is. But I was only trying to warn you. I didn't want you to be unaware of what had happened. I only wanted you to know the truth about what she had...
He slammed her against the wall again. Do you understand me? She watched his eyes a moment. Yes, she said, as if believing that there was no use in trying to reason with him until he cooled off. It only made Richard more angry. He struggled to rein it in, so that he could get across to her that this was more than anger and that he meant what he was saying. I know you have good in you, Nadine. I know that you care about people. We were friends back in Heartland, so I'm going to let this go with a warning. You had better mind my words. There is trouble about. A lot of people are going to need help. You always wanted to help people. I'm giving you your chance to do that. I can use your help. But Kalin is the woman I love and the woman I'm going to marry. I won't have you trying to change that or trying to hurt her. Don't you so much as think to test this again, or I will find another herb woman to help. Are you clear on that? Yes, Richard, whatever you say, I promise. If she's what you really want, then I'll not interfere, no matter how wrong. He held up a finger. Your toe is on the line, Nadine. If you step over it, I swear there will be no coming back. Yes, Richard, she smiled in an understanding, patient, long-suffering way. Whatever you say. She seemed to be satisfied that he had paid attention to her. It reminded him of a child who misbehaved so that a beloved parent would notice her. He glared at her until he was sure she would not say another word, and only then did he open the door. Dreffin was squatted down, whispering words of comfort to Yannick, while he rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. Kalen's green eyes watched as Nadine reached back for Richard's hand to help her balance as she stepped onto the narrow board in the mud. Dreffin, Richard said when he had joined them, I need to talk to you about some of the things you said in there. Dreffin rubbed Yannick's back and then stood. What things? About how you wanted Kara and Raina to get me out of there, for one thing. I want to know why. Dreffin considered Richard a moment, and then Yannick. He drew open his cloak, hooking it behind one of the leather pouches on his belt. He opened the pouch at the front of his belt and poured some dried powder from a leather purse onto a piece of paper. He twisted the paper closed and handed it to the boy. Yannick, before we go to see the other boys, would you please take this up to your mother and tell her to steep it in hot water for a couple of hours to make a tea, and then strain it and see that everyone in your family drinks it tonight? It will help build up your family's strength to keep them well. Yannick looked at the paper in his hand. Sure. I'll be back as soon as I tell my mother. No rush, Dreffin said. We'll be waiting when you're through. Richard watched Yannick close the door. All right. I know you wanted me out of there because of the danger of catching the plague from the sick boy. But we're all in danger, aren't we? Yes, but I don't know how much. You are the Lord Rahl. I wanted you as far away as possible. How do you catch the plague? Dreffin glanced to Kalen and Nadine, and then to Ulick and Egan, back with the soldiers guarding either end of the alley. He took a deep breath. No one knows how the plague is passed from one person to the next, or even if that is the way it spreads. There are some who believe that it's the wrath of the spirits brought down on us, and that the spirits decide who they will smite. There are others who argue that the effluvia infest the very air of a place, of a city, endangering everyone. Others insist that it can only be caught by inhaling the infectious steams of the body of a sick person. I can only assume, for the sake of caution, that, like fire, the closer you are, the more dangerous it is. I didn't want you close to that danger, that's all. Richard was so tired that he felt sick. Only his terror kept him on his feet. Kalen had been near the boy, too. So you're saying that it's possible we could all get it just from being in the same house as someone who has it? It's possible. But the sick boy's family doesn't have it, and they lived with him. His mother tended to him. Wouldn't she have it, at least, if that were true? Dreffin considered his words carefully. Several times I have seen isolated outbreaks of the plague. One time, when I was young and in training, I went with an older healer to a town, Castaglen Crossing, that had been visited with the plague. From this place I learned much of what I know about the sickness. It started when a merchant came with his wagon of goods to sell. It was reported that when he arrived he was coughing, vomiting, and complaining of agonizing headaches. In other words, the plague was already upon him before he arrived in Castaglen Crossing. We never knew where he came to have it, but it could have been that he drank envenomed water, stayed with a sick farmer, or that the spirits chose to strike him with it. The townspeople, wishing to do a trusted merchant a kindness, put him up in a room where he died the next morning. Everyone remained well for a time, and they thought the danger had passed them by. They soon forgot about the man who had died among them. Because of the confusion brought on by the sickness and death by the time we arrived, the accounts were varied. But we were able to determine that the first townsperson became sick with the plague at least 14 days by some accounts, or as many as 20 days by others, after the merchant arrived. Richard pinched his lower lip as he thought. Kip was well at the Ja-La game a few days back, so that would mean that he really became ill with it some time before. Despite being mournful over the boy's death,
Richard felt great relief that what he had been thinking didn't seem to be plausible. If Kip got the plague long before the Ja-La game, then Jagang didn't have anything to do with it. The prophecy wasn't involved. But then why the warning of the winds hunting him? That would also mean, Dreffin said, that the dead boy's family may yet become sick. They look well at the moment, but they may already be fatally infected with plague, just as were the people of Castaglen Crossing. Then, Nadine said, we may all have caught it just from being in the room with the boy. That awful smell was his sickness. We may all have the plague from breathing it in, but won't know it for a couple of weeks yet. Dreffin shot her a condescending look. I can't deny that it's possible. Do you wish to run away, herb woman, and spend the next 2 or 3 weeks preparing for death by living out the things you always wanted to do? Nadine lifted her chin. No, I am a healer. I intend to help. Dreffin smiled in that private, knowing way he had. Good, then. A true healer is above the phantom evils he chases. But she may be right, Richard said. We may all already be infected with the plague. Dreffin lifted a hand, warding off the concern. We mustn't let fear rule us. When I was in Castaglen Crossing, I cared for many people who were in death's grip. People just like that boy. So did the man who took me there. We never became sick. I was never able to determine any pattern to the plague. We touched the sick every day and never became sick, possibly because we were with the sick so much that our bodies knew it well and were able to strengthen us against its corruption. Sometimes a member of a family would come down sick, and thereafter every member of the family, even those who stayed away from the sick room, succumbed to the plague and all died. In other homes I witnessed, one or even several children come down sick with the plague and die. Yet their mothers, who tended them nearly every moment, never became ill, nor did any other member of the household. Richard sighed in frustration. Dreffin, all this isn't very helpful. Maybe this, maybe that, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Dreffin wiped a hand wearily across his face. I'm just telling you what I've seen, Richard. There are people who will tell you for sure that it is this or it is that. Shortly, there will be people in the streets who will be selling indisputable cures, unquestionable preservatives against the plague. Hucksters all. What I am telling you is that I don't know the answers. Sometimes knowledge is beyond our limited understanding. It's one of our tenets as healers that it is a wise man who admits the limits of his knowledge and skill, and that pretending either causes harm. Of course. Richard felt foolish to have pressed for answers that weren't there. You're right, of course. It's better to know the truth than hang hope on lies. Richard looked to see where the sun was in the sky, but clouds were moving in, obscuring it. A cold wind was coming up. At least it wasn't hot. Dreffin had said that the plague spread worst in heat. He looked back at Dreffin. Are there any herbs or anything that you do know will help prevent it or cure it? A standard precaution is to treat the home of sick people with smoke. It is said the smoke may purge the air of the effluvia. There are herbs that are recommended for smoking sick rooms. I would think it is a wise precaution at least, but I wouldn't count on it. There are other herbs that can help with the complaints of the plague, the headaches, sickness of the stomach, things like that, but none that I know of that will cure the plague itself. Even with these treatments, the person will likely die just the same, but they may have some comfort from the herbs before they pass. Kalen touched Dreffin's arm. Do all the people who come down with the plague die? Are all who catch it doomed? Dreffin smiled in reassurance to her. No, some recover. In the beginning, not as many, and in the end of the outbreak, more. Sometimes, if the infection can be urged to a head and the poison drained away, then the person will recover, but will complain for the rest of their life about the torture of the treatment. Richard saw Yannick come out the door. He put his arm around Kalen's waist and pulled her close. So we all may already be infected. Dreffin watched his eyes a moment. It's possible, but I don't believe it's so. Richard's head was pounding, but it wasn't from any plague. It was from lack of sleep and dread. Well then, let's go to the other boys' homes and see what we can find out. We need to know as much as we can. Chapter 30. The first boy they went to see, Mark, was fine. Mark was happy to see Yannick, and wondered why he hadn't seen him and his brother Kip for the last few days. The young mother was frightened by the important strangers who had appeared at her door inquiring after the health of her son. Richard was relieved that Mark, who had been in the Ja La game with Yannick and his brother, wasn't sick. So far, only one boy who had been at the Ja La game had become sick. It was looking more and more as if his fears about Jagang were just panicked inferences. Richard was beginning to feel the warmth of hope. Yannick told a stunned Mark of Kip's death. Richard told the mother to send for Dreffin if any of the family fell ill. Richard left the home feeling much better. The second boy, Sidney, had been dead since morning. By the time they found the third boy lying in blankets at the rear of a one-room house, Richard's hopes had faded. Bert was gravely ill, but at least his extremities weren't black, as Kip's had been. His mother told them that he had a headache and had been throwing up. While Dreffin saw to the boy, Nadine gave the woman herbs. "Sprinkle these on the fire," Nadine told Bert's mother. "It's mugwort, fennel, and hassock. They'll smoke and help drive away the sickness. Bring hot coals to your boy, put a pinch of the herbs on the coals, and fan the smoke at your son to ensure that he breathes enough of it. It will help drive the sickness from him." "Do you think that will really help?" Richard whispered, when Nadine returned to his side near the boy. "Dreffin said he doesn't know if it will." "I was taught that it was said to help serious sickness, like the plague," she said in a low voice. "But I've never seen anyone with the plague before, so I can't say for sure. Richard, it's all I know to do. I have to try." Even though he was dead tired and had a headache, Richard had no trouble sensing the helplessness in her voice. She wanted to help. As Dreffin had said, maybe it would do some good. Richard watched as Dreffin pulled a knife from his belt. He gestured for Kara and Raina, who had both caught up with them after taking care of Richard's instructions, to hold down the sick boy. Raina gripped Bert's chin with one hand and held his forehead with the other. Kara pressed his shoulders into the blankets. With a steady hand, Dreffin lanced the swelling at the side of the boy's throat. Bert's screams seared Richard's nerves. He could almost feel the knife slicing his own throat. The mother wrung her hands as she stood off a ways, watching with unblinking eyes. Richard remembered Dreffin saying that if the person lived, they would complain the rest of their life about the torture of the treatment. Bert would have cause. "What did you give Kip's mother?" Kaylin asked Nadine. "I gave her some herbs to smoke the house, the same as I gave this woman," Nadine said. "And I made her a pouch of hopcone, lavender, yarrow, and lemon balm leaves to put in her pillow so that she might sleep. Even so, I don't know that she will be able to sleep after." Her eyes turned away. "I know that I wouldn't be able to," she whispered, almost to herself. "Do you have any herbs that you think might prevent the plague?" Richard asked. "Things that would keep people from catching it?" Nadine watched Dreffin mopping blood and pus from the boy's throat. "I'm sorry, Richard, but I don't know enough about it. Dreffin might be right. He seems to know a lot. There may be no cure or preventative." Richard went to the boy and squatted down beside Dreffin, watching his brother work. "Why are you doing that?" Dreffin glanced over as he folded the rag to a clean place. "As I said before, sometimes, if the sickness can be brought to a head and drained, they will recover. I have to try." Dreffin gestured to the two moored Sith. They gripped the boy again. Richard winced as he watched Dreffin slide the sharp knife deeper into the swelling, bringing forth more blood and yellowish-white fluid. Mercifully, Bert passed out. Richard wiped sweat from his own brow. He felt helpless. He had his sword to defend against attack, but it could do no good against this. He wished it was something he could fight. Behind him, Nadine spoke to Kaylin in a soft voice, but loud enough for Richard to hear. "Kaylin, I'm sorry about what I said before. I've devoted my life to helping sick people. It makes me so upset to see people suffer. That's what I was angry about, not you. I was frustrated at Yannick's grief and I lashed out at you. It wasn't your fault. Nothing could have been done. I'm sorry." Richard didn't turn. Kaylin said nothing, but she might have offered Nadine a smile to accept the apology. Somehow, Richard doubted it. He knew Kaylin, and he knew that she expected as much from others as she expected from herself. Forgiveness was not forthcoming simply because someone asked for it. The transgression was weighed into the equation, and there were transgressions that outweighed absolution. The apology hadn't been for Kalin anyway. It had been for Richard's benefit. Like a child who had been upbraided, Nadine was on her best behavior, trying to impress him with how good she could be. Sometimes, even though she had once brought him pain, a part of him was comforted to have Nadine around. She reminded him of home and his happy childhood. She was a familiar face from a carefree time. Another part of him was troubled over what her real purpose was in coming. Despite what she might believe, she hadn't decided it on her own. Someone or something had precipitated her actions. Another part of him wanted to skin her alive. After they left Bert's home, Yannick led them down a cobbled alley to a yard behind where Darby Anderson's family lived. The small yard of mud churned with wood shavings was cluttered with cut-offs and scraps, several stickered stacks of lumber protected by tarps, some old rusty two-man rip saws, 2 carving benches, and warped split or twisted boards leaning up against the buildings to the side. Darby recognized Richard and Kalin from the Jala game. He was astonished that they had come to his home. To have them come to see a Jala game was a cause of great pride, but to have them come to his house was beyond belief. He frantically brushed sawdust from his short brown hair and dirty work clothes. Yannick had told Richard that the whole Anderson family, Darby, his 2 sisters, his parents, father's parents, and an aunt, lived over their small workshop. Clive Anderson, Darby's father, and Erling, his grandfather, made chairs. Both men, having heard the commotion, had come to the wide double doors and were bowing.
"Forgive us, Mother Confessor, Lord Roll," Clive said after Darby had introduced his father. "But we didn't know you were coming, or we would have made preparations. I'd have had my wife make tea or something. I'm afraid that we're just simple folk."
"Please don't be concerned about any of that, Master Anderson," Richard said. "We came because we were concerned about your son." Erling, the grandfather, took a stern step toward Darby.
"What's the boy done?"
"It's nothing like that," Richard said. "You have a fine grandson. We watched him play Jala the other day. One of the other boys is sick. Worse, 2 others of them have died." Darby's eyes widened.
"Died? Who?"
"Kip," Yannick said, his voice choking off. "And Sidney," Richard added. "Bert is very ill, too." Darby stood in shock. His grandfather put a comforting hand to the boy's shoulder. "My brother Dreffin," Richard lifted a hand to the side, "is a healer. We're checking on all the boys on the Jala team. We don't know if Dreffin can help, but he would like to try."
"I'm fine,"
Darby said in a shaky voice. Erling, an unshaven, scrawny man, had teeth so crooked Richard wondered how he managed to chew his food. He noticed Kalin's white dress and Richard's gold cloak billowing in the cold wind and gestured toward the shop.
"Please, won't you all step inside? The wind is biting today. It's warmer inside out of the weather. I think we'll have snow tonight the way it looks."
Ulick and Egan took up posts near the back gate. Soldiers milled about in the alley. Richard, Kalin, Nadine, and Dreffin went into the shop. Kara and Raina shadowed them inside, but remained on guard near the doors. Old chairs and templates hung from pegs on the dusty walls. Cobwebs in all the corners that in a forest would have netted dew, here netted loads of sawdust. The workbench held chair pieces being glued up, a fine-toothed saw, a variety of smaller finishing and beading planes, and a number of chisels. Several jack and long joiner planes hung on the wall behind the bench, along with hammers and other tools. Partially finished chairs, cinched tightly together in twisted ropes as they were being finished, or drying in peg and wedge clamps, sat about the floor. A carving horse, where the grandfather had been when they came into the yard, held a split billet of ash he had been working with a draw knife. Clive, a broad-shouldered young man, seemed content to let his father do the talking.
"What's ailing these children?"
Erling asked Dreffin. Dreffin cleared his throat, but let Richard answer. Richard was so tired he could hardly stand any more. He almost felt as if he were asleep, and this was just a bad dream. "The plague. I'm relieved to see that Darby here as well." Erling's scruffy jaw dropped.
"Dear spirit, spare us."
Clive turned white.
"My daughters are sick."
He turned suddenly and ran for the stairs, but stopped abruptly.
Please, Master Dreffin, will you see them?
Of course. Show the way. Upstairs, Darby's mother, grandmother, and aunt had been making meat pies. Turnips were boiling in a pot hung in the hearth, and the boiling water had steamed the windows over. The three women, alarmed by Clive's calls, were waiting wide-eyed in the center of the upstairs common room. They were shocked by the sight of the strangers, but bowed the instant they saw Caelin's white dress. Caelin, in the dress of the Mother Confessor, needed no introduction to anyone in Aidendrill, or most of the Midlands for that matter.
Hattie, this man here, Master Dreffin, is a healer and has come to see the girls.
Hattie, her short, sandy-colored hair tied back with a head wrap, wiped her hands on her apron. Her gaze darted among all the people standing in her home.
Thank you. This way, please.
How do they fare? Dreffin asked Hattie on their way back to the bedroom.
Beth has complained since yesterday of her head hurting, Hattie said. She was sick at her stomach earlier. Common children ailments, that's all.
It sounded to Richard more like a plea than a statement of fact.
I gave her some black horehound tea to settle her.
That's good, Nadine assured her.
An infusion made of pennyroyal might help, too. I have some with me. I'll leave in case she needs it. Thank you for the kindness,
Hattie said, her concern growing with each step she took. What of the other girl? Dreffin asked. Hattie had almost reached the doorway.
Lily's not so sick, but just feeling out of sorts. I suspect she's just looking for sympathy because her older sister's getting attention and honey tea. That's the way of children. She has some little round sores on her legs.
Dreffin missed a step. Beth was fevered, but not gravely so. She had a wet cough and complained that her head hurt. Dreffin all but ignored her. He watched Lily, in that analytical way of his, as she sat in her blankets, carrying on an earnest conversation with her rag doll. The grandmother fussed with her collar and watched from the doorway as Hattie fussed with Beth's covers. The aunt mopped Beth's brow with a wet cloth while Nadine spoke words of comfort to the girl. Nadine really did have a soothing, kind way about her. She selected herbs from leather pouches in her bag and wrapped them up in several cloth packets, giving the intent, nodding mother instructions. Richard and Caelin moved with Dreffin over to the younger girl. Caelin squatted down and talked to her, telling her what a lovely doll she had, so as to keep her from being frightened by Richard and Dreffin. Lily cast worried looks in their direction as she chattered with Caelin. Caelin hugged an arm around Richard's waist to show Lily that he wasn't anyone to be afraid of. Richard made himself smile. "Lily," Dreffin said with forced cheerfulness, "could you show me your doll's sores?" Lily held the doll upside down and pointed out spots on the inside of the doll's thighs.
She has ouches here and here and here.
Her big round eyes turned up to Dreffin. "And do they hurt her?" Lily nodded.
She goes ouch when I touch them.
"Really? Well, that's too bad. I'll bet she's better soon, though." He squatted down so that he wasn't towering over her, circling an arm around Caelin's waist and pulling her back down with him. "Lily, this is my friend, Caelin. Her eyes aren't so good. She can't see the sores on your doll's legs. Could you show Caelin here the ones on your legs?" Nadine was still talking to the mother about the other girl. Lily glanced in their direction. Caelin brushed Lily's hair back and told her what a pretty doll she had. Lily grinned. She was fascinated by Caelin's long hair. Caelin let her feel it. "Can you show me the ouches on your legs?" Caelin asked. Lily hiked up her white nightdress.
Here they are, just like my doll's ouches.
She had several dark spots the size of pennies on the inside of each thigh. Richard could tell when Dreffin gently touched them that they were hard as calluses. Caelin straightened Lily's nightdress back down and drew the blanket back over her lap as Dreffin patted her cheek, telling her what a good girl she was, and that her doll's ouches would be better by morning.
I'm glad, Lily said. She doesn't like them.
Erling was absently planing a chair seat at the workbench. Richard could see that he wasn't paying any attention to what he was doing and was ruining it. He didn't look up when they came down the stairs. At Richard's urging, Clive had stayed upstairs with his wife and daughters. "Do they have it?" Erling asked in a hoarse voice. Dreffin laid a comforting hand on the old man's shoulders.
I'm afraid so. Erling took a shaky, crooked stroke with his plane. When I was young, I lived in the town of Sparrowville. The plague came one summer. It took a good many people. I hope never to see such a thing again. I understand, Dreffin said in a soft voice. I too have seen it visit places. They're my only granddaughters. What can we do to help them? You can try to smoke the house, Dreffin offered. Erling grunted. We did that in Sparrowville. Bought cures and preventatives too, but people died just the same. I know, Dreffin said. I wish there was something I could do, but I've never heard of a sure cure. If you know of anything that you think helped when you were young, then try it. I don't know of all the treatments by any means. At worst, it could do no harm, and at best may help. Erling set the plane aside. Some folks burned fires hot that summer, trying to drive the sickness from their blood. Some said it was because their blood was too hot already with the high summer heat and with the fever on top of that, and tried to fan their loved ones to cool their blood. Which would you advise? Dreffin shook his head. I'm sorry, but I just don't know. I've heard of people recovering when each was tried, and I've heard of people dying just the same with each. Some things are out of our hands. No one can stay the keeper's hand when he comes. Erling rubbed his scruffy chin. I'll pray that the good spirits spare the girls. His voice caught. They're too good, too innocent for the keeper to touch them just yet. They've brought untold joy to this house and family. Dreffin returned his hand to Erling's shoulder. I'm sorry, Master Anderson, but Lily has the tokens upon her. Erling gasped and gripped the bench. Dreffin had been ready and caught him under his arms to keep him from falling when his knees gave out. Dreffin helped him to sit on the carving horse. Kaelin turned her face away and put it to Richard's shoulder when Erling covered his tears with both hands. Richard felt numb. Grandpa, Darby called from the steps. What's wrong? Erling straightened. Nothing, boy. I'm just worried about your sisters, that's all. Old men get foolish, that's all. Darby eased the rest of the way down the stairs. Yonick, I'm real sorry about Kip. If your pa needs anything, I'm sure my pa would let me leave my work and go help. Yonick nodded. He looked in a daze, too. Richard squatted down before the boys. Did either of you see anything strange at the Jala game? Strange? Darby asked. Strange like what? Richard combed his fingers back through his hair. I don't know. Did you talk to any strangers? Sure, Darby said. There were lots of people there we didn't know. Soldiers were there watching the game. Lots of people I didn't know came to congratulate us after we won. Do any of them stand out in your mind? Anything odd about any of them? I saw Kip talking to a man and a woman after the game, Yonick said. More than like they were just congratulating him. They were leaning down, talking to him, showing him something. Showing him something? What? I'm sorry, Yonick said, but I didn't see. I was too busy getting slapped on the back by soldiers. Richard was trying not to frighten the boy with his questions, but he had to press for answers. What did this man and woman look like? I don't know, Yonick said. His eyes were filling with tears at remembering his brother alive. The man was skinny and young. The woman was young, too, but not as young as he. She was kind of pretty, I guess. She had brown hair. He pointed at Nadine. Like hers, but not as thick or as long. Richard glanced up at Kaelin. By the stricken look on her face, he knew she was fearing the same thing as he. I remember them, Darby said. My sisters talked to that man and woman, too. But neither of you talked to them? No, Darby said. Yonick shook his head. We were jumping around, excited that we'd won the game in front of Lord Rowell. A lot of the soldiers were congratulating us, and so were a lot of other people. I never talked to those two. Richard took Kaelin's hand. Kaelin and I have to go ask Beth and Lily a question, he said to Dreffin. We'll be right back. Pressed close together, seeking support in each other's touch, they climbed the stairs. Richard was dreading what he might hear from the girls. You ask them, Richard whispered to her. They're afraid of me. They'll talk easier to you. Do you think it could have been them? Richard didn't need to ask who she was talking about. I don't know. But you told me that Jagang said he had watched the Jala game. through Marlin's eyes. Sister Amelia was with Marlin. They were doing something here in Aidendrill. Richard reassured the women that they just had a small question to ask the girls. The women busied themselves with their work while he went with Kalin back into the bedroom. Richard doubted they were paying any more attention to their meat pies than Erling had been with the chair seat he had been planning. "Lily," Kalin asked the younger girl first in a soft voice as she smiled, "do you remember when you went to watch your brother play Jala?" Lily nodded. "He won. We were real happy that he won. Pa said Darby scored a point." "Yes, we saw him play and we were happy for him too. Do you remember the two people you talked to, a man and a woman?" She frowned. "When Ma and Pa were cheering, that man and woman?" "Yes. Do you remember what they said to you?" "Beth was holding my hand. They asked if it was my brother we was cheering for." "That's right," Beth said from the other bed. She had to stop talking as she was taken with a bout of coughing. When she recovered and caught her breath, she went on. "They said Darby played really good. They showed us the pretty thing they had." Richard stared at her. "Pretty thing?" "The shiny thing in the box," Lily said. "That's right," Beth said. "They let me and Lily see it." "What was it?" Beth frowned through her headache. It was, I don't know exactly. It was in a box that was so black you couldn't see its sides. The shiny thing inside was pretty." Lily nodded her agreement. "My doll saw it, too. She thought it was real pretty, too." "Do you have any idea what it was?" They both shook their heads. "It was in a box that was as black as midnight. To look at it is like looking down a dark hole," Richard said. They both nodded. "Sounds like the Nightstone," Kalin whispered to him. Richard knew well that blackness. Not only the Nightstone had been like that, but also the outer covering of the boxes of Orden. It was a color so sinister that it seemed to suck the very light from a room. In Richard's experience, that void of light was only associated with immensely dangerous things. The Nightstone could bring beings forth from the underworld, and the boxes of Orden held magic that, if used for evil, could destroy the world of life. The boxes could open a gateway to the underworld. And inside was something shiny, Richard said. Was it like looking at a candle, or the flame of a lamp? That kind of shiny? "Colors," Lily said. "It was pretty colors." "Like colored light," Beth said. "It was sitting on white sand." Sitting on white sand. The hairs on the back of Richard's neck stood on end. How big was the box? Beth held her hands not quite a foot apart. "About this big on a side, but it wasn't very thick. Kind of like a book. It was almost like they opened a book. That's what the box reminded me of. A book." "And inside the sand that was inside, did it have lines drawn in it? Kind of like if you were to draw lines in dry dirt with a stick?" Beth nodded as she succumbed to a bout of rattling coughs. She panted, catching her breath when they finally ceased. "That's right. Neat lines and patterns. That's just what it was like. It was a box, or maybe a big book, and when they opened it to show us the pretty colors, it had white sand in it with careful lines drawn in it. Then we saw the pretty colors." "You mean there was something sitting in the sand? This thing that made the colored light was sitting in the sand?" Page 239. Beth blinked in confusion, trying to remember. "No, it was more like the light came out of the sand." She flopped back on her bed and rolled on her side, in obvious distress from her sickness. From the plague, from Black Death, from a black box. Richard stroked a hand tenderly down her arm and pulled the blanket back up over her as she moaned in pain. "Thank you, Beth. You rest now and get yourself better." Richard couldn't thank Lily. He dared not trust his voice. Lily lay back, her tiny little brow puckered. "I'm tired," she pouted, near tears. "I don't feel good." She curled up and put her thumb in her mouth. Kalin tucked Lily in and promised her a treat as soon as she was well. Kalin's tender smile brought a small smile to Lily's mouth. It almost made Richard smile. Almost.
In the alley after they had left the Anderson house, Richard pulled Dreffin aside. Kaelin told the others to wait, and then she joined them. "What are tokens?" Richard asked. "You told the grandfather that the youngest had tokens on her. Those spots on her legs are called tokens. And why was the old man nearly struck down with dread when he heard you say the girl had them?" Dreffin's blue eyes turned away. "People die of the plague in different ways. I don't know the reason, except to imagine it has something to do with their constitution. The strength and vulnerability of everyone's aura is different. I've not seen with my own eyes all manner of death the plague causes, as thankfully it is a rare occurrence. Some of what I know I learned from the records that the Rog Moss keep. The plagues I've seen have been in small, remote places. In the past, many centuries ago, there have been a few great plagues in large cities, and I've read the records of those. With some people it comes on of a sudden. Very high fevers, intolerable headaches, vomiting, searing pains in their backs. They are out of their minds with the agony of it for many days, even weeks, before they die. A few of these recover. Beth is like that. She will get much worse yet. I have seen people like her recover. She has a small chance. Sometimes they look like the first boy, with the Black Death overwhelming them and rotting their bodies. Others are tortured with horrible, painful swellings in their neck, armpits, or groin. They suffer miserably until they finally die. Birth is like that. If the distemper can be brought to a head and encouraged to break and run, then they occasionally recover." "What about Lily?" Kaelin asked. "What about these tokens, as you called them?" "I've never seen them before, with my own eyes, but I've read about them in our records. The tokens will appear on the legs and sometimes on the chest. People who have the tokens rarely know they are sick until the end. They will one day discover to their horror that they have the tokens upon them, and be dead shortly thereafter. They die with little or no pain, but they all die. No one with tokens on them ever lives. The old man must have seen them before, because he knew this. The plagues I've seen, as violent as the outbreaks were, never displayed the tokens. The records say that the worst of the great plagues, the ones that brought the most widespread death, were marked with the tokens. Some people thought they were visible signs of the keeper's fatal touch." "But Lily is just a little girl," Kaelin protested, as if arguing could change it. "She doesn't seem so sick. It is impossible for her to—" "Lily is feeling out of sorts. The tokens on her legs are fully developed. She will be dead before midnight."
"Tonight?" Richard asked in astonishment.
"Yes, at the very latest. More likely within hours. I think perhaps even—" A woman's long, shrill scream came from the house. The horror in it sent a shiver through Richard's bones. The soldiers who had been talking in low voices off at the end of the alley fell silent. The only sound was a dog barking down the next street. A man's anguished cry came from the house. Dreffin closed his eyes. "As I was about to say, even sooner." Kaelin buried her face against Richard's shoulder. She clutched his shirt. Richard's head spun.
"They're children," she wept. "That bastard is killing children."
Dreffin's brow bunched. "What's she talking about?" "Dreffin." Richard tightened his arm around Kaelin as she shook. "I think these children are dying because a wizard and a sorceress went to a Ja-La game a few days back and used magic to start this plague." "That's not possible. It takes longer than that for people to fall sick." "The wizard was the one who hurt Kara when you first arrived. He left a prophecy on the wall in the pit. It begins, 'On the red moon will come the firestorm.'" Dreffin regarded him with a dubious frown. "How can magic start a plague?" "I don't know," Richard whispered. He couldn't bear to speak aloud the next part of the prophecy. "The one bonded to the blade will watch as his people die. If he does nothing, then he and all those he loves will die in its heat. For no blade forged of steel or conjured of sorcery can touch this foe." Kaelin trembled in his arms, and he knew she was agonizing over the final part of the prophecy. To quench the inferno, he must seek the remedy in the wind. Lightning will find him on that path, for the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood. Chapter 31. At the edge of the expansive palace grounds, a patrol of Daharan soldiers spotted them and snapped to attention. Just beyond the soldiers, in the streets of the city, Kalin could see people everywhere going about their business pause to bow to the Mother Confessor and the Lord Rahl. Although the activities of commerce on the surface seemed like any other day, Kalin thought she could detect subtle differences. Men loading barrels into a wagon scrutinized people who passed close by. Shopkeepers appraised customers carefully. People walking on the street skirted those stopped in conversation. The knots of people gossiping seemed more numerous. Laughter was conspicuously absent from the streets. After they had solemnly saluted with fists to the leather armor and chainmail over their hearts, the patrol of soldiers not far off broke into good-natured grins. "Huzzah, Lord Rahl!" they cheered as one. "Huzzah, Lord Rahl!" "Thank you, Lord Rahl," one of the soldiers shouted toward them. "You cured us, restored our health. We're well because of you. Long live the great wizard, Lord Rahl!" Richard froze in mid-stride, not looking at the soldiers, but staring at the ground before him. His cloak, snared in a gust of wind, embraced him, shrouding him in its golden sparkles. The others joined in. "Long live Lord Rahl! Long live Lord Rahl!" Hands balled in fists, Richard started out once more without looking their way. Kalin, her arm around his, slid her hand down and urged his fist open to twine her fingers in his. She gave his hand a squeeze of silent understanding and support. From the corner of her eye, Kalin could see Kara, back behind Dreffin and Nadine, gesturing angrily at the patrol to silence them and move them along. In the distance before them, on a gentle rise, the expanse of the Confessor's palace rose up in all its splendor of stone columns, vast walls, and elegant spires, standing out a pristine white against the darkening sky. Not only was the sun going down, but murky clouds scudded by, messengers delivering a vow of a storm. A few errant snowflakes flitted past on the wind, scouting for the horde to come. Spring had not yet prevailed. Kalin gripped Richard's hand as if clutching at life itself. In her mind's eye, she saw nothing but sickness and death. They had seen near to a dozen sick children stricken with plague. Richard's pallid face looked hardly better than the 6 dead faces she had seen. Her insides ached. Holding back her tears, her cries, her screams had cramped her stomach muscles. She had told herself that she couldn't lose control and cry in front of mothers who were terrified that their sick children might be sicker than they had imagined, or as sick as they knew, but refused to believe. Many of those women were hardly older than Kalin. They were just young women faced with a crushing plight, who felt a piteous prayer for the good spirits to spare their precious children. Kalin couldn't say that she wouldn't have been reduced to the same state in their place. Some of the parents, like the Andersons, had older members of their families to rely on for advice and support, but some of the mothers were young and alone, with only husbands hardly more than boys themselves, and no one to turn to. Kalin put her free hand over the painful spasm in her abdomen. She knew how devastated Richard felt. He had more than enough to carry on his shoulders. She had to be strong for him. Majestic maple trees stood to each side, the bare thicket of branches laced together over their heads. It wouldn't be long before they budded. They passed out from the tunnel of trees onto the winding promenade that led up to the palace. Behind them, Dreffin and Nadine carried on a whispered discussion of herbs and cures to be tried. Nadine would propose something, and Dreffin would give his opinion as to whether it would be useless or might be worth trying. He would gently lecture her on the paths of infirmity and the causes of breaks in the body's defenses that allowed an affliction to gain hold. Kalin got the vague impression that he almost seemed to view those who fell sick with contempt, as if because they took so little care with their auras and flows of energy that he talked about all the time, it was only to be expected that they would succumb to a pestilence unworthy of those like himself who minded their bodies better. She guessed that one with his knowledge of healing people must get frustrated with those who brought disease upon themselves, like the prostitutes and the men who went to them. She was relieved, at least, that he wasn't one of those. Kalin wasn't sure if she felt Dreffin was justified in some of the things he was saying, or if it was simple arrogance. She herself had felt frustration at people who flouted dangers to their health. When she was younger, there was a diplomat who became ill every time he ate rich sauces with certain spices. They always left him with difficulty breathing. He loved the sauces. Then one time at a formal dinner, he gorged himself on the sauces he loved and fell dead at the table. Kaylin could never understand why the man would bring such sickness on himself, and had trouble feeling sorry for him. In fact, she always viewed him with contempt when he came to a formal dinner. She wondered if Dreffin didn't feel much the same way about some people, except that he knew much more of what made people sick. She had seen Dreffin do remarkable things with Kara's aura, and she knew, too, that sickness could sometimes be influenced by the mind. Kaylin had on a number of occasions stopped in a small place called Langdon, where lived a very superstitious and backward people. It was decided by their powerful local healer that the headaches that so bothered the people of Langdon must be caused by evil spirits possessing them. He ordered white-hot irons put to the bottoms of the feet of those with headaches to drive out the evil spirits. It was a remarkable cure. No one in Langdon was ever possessed again. The headaches vanished. If only the plague could vanish so easily. If only Nadine could vanish so easily. They couldn't send her away now, when there would be so much need among the people. Like it or not, Nadine was going to be around until this was over. Shota seemed to be tightening her clutches around Richard. Kaylin didn't know what Richard had said to Nadine, but she could imagine. Nadine had suddenly been stricken with overt politeness. Kaylin knew Nadine's apology hadn't been sincere. Richard had probably told her that if she didn't apologize, he would boil her alive. With the way Kara's gaze so often passed over Nadine, Kaylin suspected that Nadine had more to worry about than Richard. Kaylin and Richard led the rest of their group between the towering white columns set to each side of the entrance, through the open doors carved with geometric designs, and into the palace. The cavernous grand hall inside was lit by windows of pale blue glass, set between polished white marble columns topped with gold capitals, and by dozens of lamps spaced along the walls. A leather-clad figure in the distance wandered toward them across the black and white marble squares. Someone else approached from the right side, from the guest rooms. Richard slowed to a stop and turned. "Ulick, would you please go find General Curzon? He might be at the Daharan headquarters. Does anyone know where General Baldwin is?" "He's probably at Kelton's palace on King's Row," Kaylin said. "He's been staying there since he arrived and helped us defeat the Blood of the Fold." Richard nodded wearily. Kaylin didn't think she had ever seen him looking worse. His spiritless eyes stared out from an ashen face. He swayed on his feet as he squinted, looking for Egan not 10 feet away. "Egan, there you are. Go get General Baldwin, please. I don't know where he is, but you can ask around." Egan cast a quick, uneasy glance toward Kaylin. "Would you like us to bring anyone else, Lord Rahl?" "Anyone else?" "Yes. Tell them to bring their officers. I'll be in my office. Bring them there." Ulick and Egan both clapped fists to hearts before turning to their duties. As they departed, they conveyed a message through quick hand signals to the two moored Sith. In response, Kara and Raina maneuvered closer to Richard, screening him as Tristan Bashkar came to a wary halt. Berdine meandered up on the other side, her rapt attention on the open journal in her hands. She seemed completely absorbed in what she was studying and oblivious to anything around her. Kaylin put out a hand to stop her before she bumped into Richard. She rocked to a halt like a rowboat that had drifted in and grounded on the shore. Tristan bowed. "Maza Confessor, Lord Rahl." "Who are you?" Richard asked.
"Tristan Bashkar of Jara, Lord Rahl. I'm afraid we haven't been formally introduced."
Life sparked into Richard's gray eyes. "And have you decided to surrender, Minister Bashkar?" Tristan had been about to bow again at an expected formal introduction. He hadn't expected Richard's questions to come first. He cleared his throat and straightened. His easy smile welled onto his face.
"Lord Rahl, I do appreciate your indulgence. The Mana Confessor has graciously granted me 2 weeks to observe the signs from the stars."
Power came to Richard's voice. "You risk your people seeing swords instead of stars, Minister." Tristan unbuttoned his coat. From the corner of her eye, Kaylin saw Kara's aegil twitch up into her hand. Tristan didn't notice. His gaze stayed on Richard while he drew his coat back, holding it open casually by resting his fist on his hip. It exposed the knife at his belt. Raina flicked her Aegeal up into her hand. Lord Rahl, as I explained to the Mother Confessor, our people looked forward with great joy to joining with the Daharan Empire. Daharan Empire? Tristan, Kalen said, we're rather busy at the moment. We have discussed this already, and you have been given 2 weeks. Now, if you will excuse us. Tristan brushed back a lock of his hair, his bright brown eyes taking her in. I'll get to the point, then. I've heard rumors that plague is loose in Aidendril. Richard's raptor glower was suddenly in full form. It's not just a rumor, it's true. How much danger is there? Richard's hand found the hilt of his sword. If you join with the Order, Minister, you will wish it was the plague on you instead of me. Kalen had rarely seen two men so instantly and intently dislike each other. She knew Richard was exhausted and in no mood, after having just seen so many seriously ill or dead children, to be challenged by a noble such as Tristan inquiring after his own hide. Jara had also been on the council that had condemned Kalen to death. Although it wasn't Tristan who had voted to behead her, it had been a counselor from his land. Richard had killed that Jarian counselor. Kalen didn't know why Tristan took such an instant dislike to Richard, except for the fact that this was the man who had demanded Jara's surrender. She guessed that was reason enough. If she were in his place, she might feel the same. Kalen was expecting the two men to draw steel any second. Dreffin stepped between them. I'm Dreffin Roll, High Priest of the Rogmos Community of Healers. I've had some experience with the plague. I suggest that you confine yourself to your room and avoid contact with strangers, especially prostitutes. Beyond that, you should get enough sleep and proper healthful food. Those things will help to keep your body strong against the distemper. Also, I will be speaking to the staff here at the palace on strengthening oneself against illness. You're welcome to come and hear my guidance, as is anyone else of a mind. Tristan had listened earnestly to Dreffin. He bowed, thanking him for his advice. Well, I appreciate the truth, Lord Rahl. A lesser man might have tried to deceive me about such a serious problem. I can see why you're so busy. I'll take my leave so that you may see to your people. Berdine nudged up beside Richard as he glared after Tristan's departing back. As intently as she had been studying the journal, muttering to herself, testing the pronunciation of High Daharan words, Kalen doubted she had heard anything that had been said. Lord Rahl, I need to talk to you, Berdine mumbled. Richard put a hand on her shoulder in a signal for her to wait. Dreffin, Nadine, do either of you have anything for a headache? A really bad headache? I have some herbs that will help, Richard, Nadine offered. I have something better. Dreffin leaned closer to Richard. It's called sleep. Perhaps you recall having experienced it in the past? Dreffin, I know that I've been awake for a while, but many days and nights. Dreffin held up a finger. If you try to mask the outcome of lack of sleep with so-called remedies, you do yourself no service. The headache will return worse than before. You will ruin your strength. You will be no good to yourself or anyone else. Dreffin is right, Kalen said. Without looking up, Berdine turned the page she was reading in the journal. I agree. I feel much better since I got some sleep. Berdine seemed to have finally noticed that there were other people around. Now that I'm alert, I can think better. Richard warded their insistence with a lifted hand. I know. Soon, I promise. Now, what was it you wanted to tell me, Berdine? What? She was reading again. Oh, I found out where the Temple of the Winds is. Richard's brow went up. What? After I got some sleep, I could think more clearly. I realized that we were limiting our search by looking for a limited number of key words. So I tried to think of what the old wizards would do in their situation. I reasoned that... Where is it? Richard bellowed. Berdine finally looked up and blinked. The Temple of the Winds is located atop the Mountain of the Four Winds. Berdine noticed Raina for the first time. The two women smiled in greeting, their eyes sharing a private warmth. Kalen shrugged to Richard's questioning look. Berdine, that's not much help unless you can tell us where it is. Berdine frowned a moment, and then waved an apology. Oh, sorry, that's the translation. She frowned again. I think. Richard swiped a hand across his face. What does Kolo call it? Berdine flipped the page back and turned the book, tapping a finger at a place in the writing. Richard squinted. Berglindursch Ost Keimermost, he read from the journal. Mountain of the Four Winds. Actually, Berdine said, Berglindursch means more than just mountain. Berglin is mountain, and Dursch can sometimes mean rock, though it can also mean other things like strong-willed. But in this case, I think it means something more along the lines of rock mountain, or great mountain made of rock. You know, Rocky Mountain of the Four Winds, something like that. Kaelin shifted her weight on her tired feet. Mount Keimermost? Berdine scratched her nose. Yes, that sounds like it could be the same place. That has to be the same place, Richard said, looking hopeful for the first time in hours. Do you know where it is? Yes, I've been on Mount Keimermost, Kaelin said. There's no doubt about it being windy up there, and rocky. There are some old ruins atop the mountain, but nothing like a temple. Maybe the ruins are the temple, Berdine offered. We don't know how big it is. A temple can be small. No, I don't think so in this case. Why, Richard asked. What's up there? How far is it? It's not far to the northeast, maybe a day's ride depending, 2 at the most. It's a pretty inhospitable place. As treacherous as the old trail going up and over the mountain is, going over Mount Keimermost prevents you from having to go through some very difficult country and saves days of travel. At the top is the site of some old ruins, just some kind of outbuildings from the look of them. I've seen a lot of grand places. I recognize architecturally that what's up there isn't the main structure. There's something like the outbuildings here at the Confessor's Palace. There's a road through the buildings, a bit like the Grand Promenade here going through the outbuildings. Richard hooked a thumb behind his wide leather belt. Well, where does it go, this grand road? Kaelin stared into his gray eyes. Right to the edge of a cliff. The buildings are at the edge of a cliff. That sheer stone wall drops off from maybe 3,000 or 4,000 feet. Is there any kind of stairway carved in the cliff? Something leading down to the temple itself? Richard, you don't understand. The buildings are hard on the edge of the cliff. It's obvious that the buildings, walls, and the road itself went on, because they're sheared off abruptly right at the edge. There used to be more of the mountain there. It's gone now. It's all fallen away, a rock slide or something. What was beyond the ruins, the main structure in the mountain, is gone. That's what Kolo said. The team returned and the Temple of the Winds was gone. Richard looked devastated. They must have used magic to tear away the side of the mountain to bury the Temple of the Winds so no one could ever go there again. Well, Berdine sighed, I'll keep looking in the journal to see if he says anything about the Temple of the Winds falling in a rock slide or avalanche. Richard nodded. Maybe there's more about it in the journal. Lord Rahl, will you have time to help me before you go off to be married? A chill silence filled the grand hall. Berdine, Richard's mouth worked, but no more words were forthcoming. I heard the soldiers are well, Berdine said, looking briefly at Kaelin and then back at Richard. You told me that you and the Mother Confessor will be leaving to be wedded just as soon as the soldiers were well. The soldiers are well. She grinned. I know that I'm your favorite, but you haven't changed your mind, have you? Gotten cold feet? She waited expectantly, seeming not to notice that no one was smiling at her joke. Richard looked numb. He couldn't say it. Kaelin knew that he feared speaking the words, feared he would break her heart. Berdine, Kaelin said into the heavy hush, Richard and I won't be going away to be married. The wedding is called off. For now, anyway. Even though she had whispered the words, they seemed to echo off the marble walls, as if she had shouted them. Nadine's intently blank face spoke more than if she had grinned. It was somehow worse that she didn't, because it made it all the more obvious that she was schooling her expression, yet no one could have cause to reproach her. Called off? Berdine blinked in astonishment. Why? Richard stared down at Berdine, not daring to look at Kaelin. Berdine, Jagang started a plague in Aidendrill. That's what the prophecy down in the pit was about. Our duty is to the people here, not to our own... How would it look if... He fell silent. The journal in her hands lowered. I'm sorry. Chapter 32. Kaelin stared out the window at the falling night, at the falling snow. Behind her, Richard sat at his desk, his gold cloak laid over the arm of his chair. He was working on the journal with Berdine while he waited for the officers to arrive. Berdine did most of the talking. He grunted occasionally when she told him what she thought a word meant and why. Kaelin didn't think that as tired as he was much use to Berdine. Kaelin glanced back over her shoulder. Dreffin and Nadine were huddled together beside the hearth. Richard had asked them to come along to answer any questions the generals might have. Nadine confined her attention to Dreffin, scrupulously avoiding looking at Richard and especially at Kaelin, probably because she knew that Kaelin would detect the glint of triumph in her eyes. No, this wasn't a triumph for Nadine, for Shota. This was only a postponement, just until... Until what? Until they could halt a plague? Until most of the people of Adendril died? Until they themselves got the plague and died as the prophecy foretold? Kaelin went to Richard and laid a hand on his shoulder, desperately needing his touch. Thankfully, she felt him put a hand over hers. "Just a postponement," she whispered as she leaned close to his ear. "This doesn't change it, Richard. This only delays it for a little while, that's all, I promise." He patted her hand as he smiled up at her. "I know." Kara opened the door and leaned in. "Lord Rahl, they're coming now." "Thanks, Kara. Leave the door open and tell them to come in." Raina lit a long splinter in the hearth. She put a hand to Berdine's shoulder to balance herself as she leaned past to light another lamp at the far end of the table. Her long, dark braid slipped over her shoulder, tickling Berdine's face. Berdine scratched her cheek and gave Raina a brief smile. To see those two touch or even acknowledge one another in front of others was rare in the extreme. Kaelin knew that it was because of the things Raina had seen that day. She too was feeling lonely and in need of comfort. As deadening as their training had been, as numb as they were to agony, their human feelings were beginning to be rekindled. Kaelin could see in Raina's dark eyes that witnessing children suffer and die had affected her. Kaelin heard Kara out in the hall telling men to go in. Muscular, graying General Curson, looking as imposing as ever in his burnished leather uniform, marched through the doorway. Muscles bulged under the chainmail covering his arms. Behind him came the commander of the Celtish forces, the robust General Baldwin. He was an older man with a white-flecked dark mustache, the ends of which grew down to the bottom of his jaw. As always, he looked distinguished in his green, silk-lined serge cape, fastened on one shoulder with 2 buttons. A heraldic emblem slashed through with a diagonal black line dividing a yellow and blue shield was emblazoned on the front of his tan surcoat. Lamplight flashed off his ornate belt buckle and silver scabbard. He looked as fierce as he was dashing. Before the phalanx of officers accompanying them had all entered the room, both generals were bowing. In the lamplight, General Baldwin's pate shone through his thinning gray hair as he bent low. "My queen," General Baldwin said. "Lord Rahl." Kaelin bowed her head to the man as Richard stood, pushing his chair back. Berdine scooted her chair over to be out of his way. She didn't bother to look up. She was moored Sith, and busy besides. "Lord Rahl," General Curson said with a salute of his fist to his heart after he had straightened. "Mother Confessor." Behind them, the officers were all bowing. Richard waited patiently until it was all finished. Kaelin imagined that he couldn't be eager to start. He did so simply. "Gentlemen, I regret to inform you that there is a plague upon Adendril." "A plague?" General Curzon asked. "A plague of what?" "A distemper. A plague that makes people sicken and die, that kind of plague." "The Black Death," Dreffin put in with a somber voice from behind Kaelin and Richard. The men all seemed to take a collective breath. They waited in silence. "It started not long ago," Richard said. "So, fortunately, we will be able to take a few precautions. As of this moment, we know of less than a couple of dozen cases. Of course, there is no telling how many have it and have yet to fall ill. Of the ones we know were stricken, almost half are already dead. By morning, the number will grow." General Curson cleared his throat. "Precautions, Lord Rahl? What precautions are there to be taken? Do you have another cure for the men, for the people of the city?" Richard rubbed his fingertips on his forehead as his eyes turned to the desk before him. No, General, I have no cures, he whispered. Everyone heard his words, though. It was that silent in the room. Then what? Richard straightened himself. What we need to do is to separate the men, disperse them. My brother has seen the plague before and has read of great plagues in the past. We believe that it's possible that it spreads from person to person, much as when one person in a family has a sore throat, chest congestion, and stuffed nose. Then the others in the family, from their proximity to the sick person, come down with the same illness. I've heard that the plague is caused by bad air in the place, one of the officers in the back put in. I am told that this too is possible, Richard said. I have also been told that it could be caused by any number of other things, bad water, bad meat, heated blood. Magic? Someone asked. Richard shifted his weight. That too is a possibility. It is said by some that it could be a judgment by the spirits on our world, and a punishment for what they find. I myself don't believe such a thing. I've been out this afternoon seeing innocent children suffering and dying. I can't believe that the spirits would do such a thing no matter how displeased. General Baldwin rubbed his chin. Then what do you think it is that spreads it, Lord Rawle? I'm no expert, but I lean toward my brother's explanation that it's like any other sickness, that it can be passed from person to person through odors in the air or close contact. This makes the most sense to me, although this sickness is much more serious. The plague, I am told, is almost always fatal. If it is, in fact, passed from person to person, then we must not delay. We must do what we can to keep the plague from our forces. I want the men split up into smaller units. General Curson spread his hands in frustration. Lord Rawle, why can't you simply use your magic and rid the city of this plague? Kalen touched Richard's back, reminding him to hold his temper. He seemed, though, to have no anger in him. I'm sorry, but right now I don't know what magic can cure this plague. I don't know that any wizard has ever before cured a plague through the use of magic. You have to understand, General, that just because a person can command magic, that doesn't mean that they can stay the keeper himself when the time for his touch has come. If wizards could do that, I assure you, graveyards would vanish for want of clients. Wizards have not the power of the Creator. Our world has balance to it. Just as we all, especially soldiers, can aid the keeper in bringing death, we all can also be a part of the Creator's work of creating life. We know, better than most perhaps, that soldiers are charged with protecting peace and life itself. The balance to that is that we sometimes must take life to stay an enemy who would do greater harm. For this we are remembered, not for the lives we try to preserve. A wizard, too, must be in balance, in harmony with the world he lives in. The Creator and the Keeper both have a part to play in our world. It is not within the power of a mere wizard to dictate to them what shall be. He can work for events to combine toward a result, a marriage, for example. But he cannot direct the Creator himself to bring forth a life as a result of that marriage. A wizard must remember always that he works within our world and must do his best to help people, just as a farmer would help a neighbor who has a harvest to bring in, or a fire to douse. There are things a wizard can do that those without magic cannot, much the same as you men are strong and can wield a heavy battle axe, whereas an old man could not. Even though you have the muscle to do this, that doesn't mean that your muscles can do what they aren't meant to do, such as exercise wisdom the old man has from his experience. He may defeat you in battle through his knowledge rather than his muscle. No matter how great a wizard may be, he could not bear a new life into this world. A young woman, without magic, experience, or wisdom, could do such a thing, but he could not. Perhaps she has more to do with magic than he in the end. What I'm trying to tell you men is that just because I have been born with the gift, that doesn't mean that the gift can stop this plague. We can't depend on magic to solve all our problems. Knowing the limitations of his power is just as important for a wizard as knowing the limitations of his men is for an army officer. Many of you have seen what my sword can do against the enemy. Yet as awesome a weapon as it is, it cannot touch this invisible enemy. Other magic may prove as impotent. In your wisdom we are humbled, General Curson quoted softly from the devotion. Men voiced their agreement and nodded at the logic of Richard's explanation. Kalen was proud of him, that at least he had convinced them. She wondered if he had convinced himself. It's not so much wisdom, Richard murmured, as it is simple common sense. Please be assured, all of you, he went on, that doesn't mean I have no intention of trying to find a way to end this plague. I am looking into every possible means of stopping it. He laid a hand on Berdine's shoulder. She glanced up. Berdine is helping me with the old books from wizards past to see if they left us any wisdom. If there is a way for magic to stop it, then I will find that way. For now, though, we must use other means at our disposal to protect people. We need to have the men split up. Split up and then what? General Curson asked. Split up and get out of Aidendrill. General Curson stiffened. The links of his chainmail reflected the lamplight so that he seemed to sparkle like a vision of a spirit. Leave Aidendrill undefended? No, Richard insisted. Not undefended. What I propose is to have our forces divide up so there is less chance of the plague spreading among them, and move to separate positions around Aidendrill. We can put detachments of our forces at all the passes, all the roads and access valleys. That way, no force can advance against us. What if one does? General Baldwin asked. Then those smaller, separate forces may be insufficient to drive off an attack. We will have sentries and scouts. We'll have to increase them so that we don't have any surprises. I don't think there are any forces of the order this far north yet, but if any attack does come, then we will have warning and can gather our forces quickly. We don't want them too far apart to be able to defend the city if they must, but they must be far enough apart to keep from passing the plague throughout the whole of the army. Any ideas you men have would be valued. That's one reason I asked you here. If you have ideas about any of this, then please feel free to speak up. Dreffin stepped forward. It needs to be done quickly. The sooner the men are away, the better the chance that none of them will have come in contact with the sickness. The officers all nodded as they pondered. The officers who went with us today should remain here, Dreffin said. They may have come in contact with someone who has the plague. Make a list of any they work closely with, and have them isolated here in Aidendrill too. We'll see to it at once, General Curzon said. Tonight. Richard nodded. Each group of our forces must communicate with the others, of course, but messages must be spoken only, no written messages passing from hand to hand. The papers could carry the plague. These men who pass commands and messages should talk at a distance, at least the way we are here in this room, with me at this end and you at the other. Isn't that a rather extraordinary precaution? One of the officers asked. I have heard, Dreffin said, that people who have the plague, but have not yet fallen sick and therefore don't know of their affliction, can be detected by the distinctive odor of the plague on their breath. Men nodded with interest. But to smell that fatal odor would infect you with the plague, and you too would be stricken and die. Mumbling spread back through the men. That's why we don't want the messengers to get too close to one another, Richard said. If one were to already have the plague, we don't want him spreading it to another group of our forces. There is no use in going to all of this trouble if we aren't scrupulous in our attention to everything. This is a deadly poison. If we act quickly and act as wisely as we know how, we may spare a great many people from death. If we don't take these precautions seriously, nearly every one of the people in this city and every one of our men could be dead within weeks. Serious, worried talk swept back through the room. We are giving you the worst look at it, Dreffin said, bringing their attentive gazes back. We don't want to pretend the danger is less than it is, but there are things in our favor. The most important is the weather. The plagues I have seen and read about spread worst in the high heat of summer. I don't think it will be able to get a foothold in the cool weather of this time of year. We have that much. Men sighed with renewed hope. Kalen didn't. One other thing, Richard said as he looked from eye to eye. We are Daharans. We are people of honor. Our men will act accordingly. I don't want any of us lying to people about the danger, telling people that there is no risk. And on the other hand, I don't want anyone deliberately panicking people. Everyone will be frightened enough as it is. You are also soldiers. This is no less a battle than if any other enemy attacked our people. This is part of our job. Some of the men will have to stay in the city to help. There may need to be men-at-arms to hold down any uprising that may be stirred up. If there are any riots, like there were with the Red Moon, I want them put down at once. Use whatever force is necessary, but no more. Remember, the people of this city are our people. We are their protectors, not their wardens. We will need men to help with digging graves. I don't think we can be burning that many dead if the plague gets hot among the population. How many do you think could die, Lord Rull? One of the officers asked. Thousands, Dreffin answered. Tens of thousands. His blue-eyed gaze took them all in. If it gets bad enough, more. I read of a plague that in 3 months took the life of nearly 3 of every 4 people in a city of close to 500,000. A low whistle came from an officer in back. One other thing, Richard said. Some people will panic. They will want to run from Aidendrill to remove themselves from the danger. Most will want to stay. Not only because this is the only home they know, but because their livelihood is here. We can't allow people to flee Aidendrill and spread the plague to other places in the Midlands, or even beyond to Dahara. It must be confined here. If people want to rush away from the city and go to the surrounding hills, separating themselves from their neighbors who they fear have the plague upon them, we must be understanding of their fears. They are to be allowed to run to the countryside if they wish, but they must remain in the area. I want our soldiers, who will be in these separate units, to ring the city and surrounding country, protecting all routes to and from Aidendrill. The people must stay within these limits. Any person fleeing could be infected with the plague and not know it, thus endangering people in other places. As a last resort, force must be used to prevent them from taking the plague abroad. Please keep in mind that these are not malevolent people, but simply people frightened for the lives of their families. The ones who flee the city to wait out the plague will soon be short of food and succumb to starvation. Remind people to take food, as they are not likely to find it in the countryside. They will be no less dead if they die of hunger rather than plague. Remind them of this, and that looting of farms will not be tolerated. We will not allow anarchy. Well, I guess that's about all I have to say. What are your questions? Will you be leaving tonight, my queen, Lord Rull, or in the morning? General Baldwin asked. And where will you be staying? Richard and I won't be leaving Aidendrill, Caelan said. What? But you must get away, General Baldwin insisted. Please, both of you must escape this. We need you to lead us. We didn't know what we were dealing with until it was too late, Caelan said. We may have already been exposed to the plague. We don't think that likely, Richard said, wanting to assuage their fears. But I must stay to see if there is any magic that will stop this plague. I will need to be going up to the keep. If we're up in the hills, we can't be of any use, and I might miss a chance of finding a solution. We will remain here and oversee the command of the city. Dreffin is the high priest of the Rog Moss healers from Dahara. The Mother Confessor and I could be in no better hands. He and Nadine will be staying, too, to see what relief can be brought to people. As the men asked questions and discussed matters of food and supplies, Caelan moved to the window, watching the snow and wind build in the spring storm. Richard was speaking to his men the way a commander spoke on the eve of a battle, to instill in them a sense of purpose, to harden them to the battle ahead. As in any battle, death would run rampant. Despite what Dreffin believed about the plague not being able to build to full strength in the cold weather, Caelan knew that it wasn't true in this case. This was no ordinary plague. This was a plague started by magic, by a man who wanted to kill them all. Down in the pit, Jagang had called it Ja-la-d-jin, the game of life. Jagang was incensed that Richard had changed the ball to a lighter one, so that all the children could enjoy playing instead of just the strongest, the most brutal. Jagang started the killing with those children. It was no accident. It was a message. It was the game of life. This would be Jagang's world, ruled by such savagery, if he won. Chapter 33. For the next hour, the men asked questions, mostly of Dreffin. The two generals offered suggestions to Richard regarding command and logistics. Options were briefly discussed, plans were made, and officers were assigned duties. The army was to begin moving that very night. There were a great many blood of the fold who had surrendered, and although they had since sworn loyalty to Richard, it was still thought wise to divide them, too, sending some with each unit, rather than letting them remain together. Richard concurred with the suggestion. When at last they had all departed to begin the work, Richard dropped heavily into his chair. He had come a long way from being a woods guide. Kaylin was proud of him. She opened her mouth to say so, but Nadine spoke the words in her stead. Richard mumbled a flat, "Thanks." Nadine tentatively touched her fingertips to the back of his shoulder. "Richard, you were always, I don't know, Richard to me. A boy from home, a woods guide. Today, and especially tonight, with all those important men, I think I saw you differently for the first time. You really are this Lord Rao." Richard put his elbows on the table before him and his face in his hands. "I think I'd rather be at the bottom of the cliff, buried with the Temple of the Winds." "Don't be silly," she whispered. Bristling, Kaylin moved to his side. Nadine glided away. "Richard," Kaylin said, "you have to get some sleep. Now. You promised. We need you strong. If you don't get some sleep..." "I know." He pushed away from the table and stood. He turned to Dreffin and Nadine. "Do either of you have anything to make a person go to sleep? I've tried. Lately I just lie there. My mind won't be quiet." "A Feng San disharmony," Dreffin announced at once. "You bring it on yourself with the way you push past the limits of your body. There are bounds to what we can do, and if..." "Dreffin," Richard said, cutting him off with a gentle voice. "I know what you mean, but I do what I must. You just have to understand that. Jagang is trying to kill us all. It will do me no good to be as high-spirited as a squirrel in spring if it means we all end up dead." Dreffin grunted. "I understand, but that doesn't get you strong. So I'll try to be good later. What about going to sleep tonight?" "Meditation," Dreffin said. "That will calm your energy flows and begin bringing them into harmony." Richard rubbed his brow. "Dreffin, hundreds of thousands of people are in danger of dying because Jagang wants to put the whole of the world under his boot. He's shown us that he has no bounds to his determination. He's started the killing with children." Richard's knuckles turned white as his hands fisted. "Just to send me a message. Children. He has no conscience. He's showing me what he's willing to do to win, to make me surrender. He thinks it will break me." In contrast to his knuckles, Richard's face had gone scarlet. "He's wrong. I'd never give our people over to that kind of tyrant. Never! I'll do whatever I must to stop this plague, I swear it." The room rang with a sudden silence. Kaylin had never seen Richard angry in quite this way. When he had the deadly fury of the Sword of Truth's magic in his eyes, the object of his rage was usually at hand. The rage was invoked by and directed at a palpable threat. This was frustrated anger at an invisible enemy. There was no threat he could get his hands on now. He had no direct way to fight it. Kaylin could see in his eyes that this anger wasn't the magic of the sword. This was purely Richard's rage. His face finally cooled. He took a calming breath as he wiped a hand across his face. He regained control of his voice. "If I try to meditate, I will only see those sick and dead children again in my mind. Please, I can't bear to see that in my sleep. I need to go to sleep and not have dreams." "Go to sleep and not have dreams? You are bothered by dreams?" "Nightmares. I have them all day, too, when I'm awake, but they're real. The dream walker can't enter my dreams, but he has found a way to give me nightmares nonetheless. Please, dear spirits, at least when I'm asleep, grant me some peace." "A sure sign of a Feng San meridian disharmony," Dreffin confirmed to himself. "I can see that you are going to be a difficult patient, but not without a cause." He slipped the bone pin from the loop of leather and opened the flap on one of the pouches at his belt. He pulled out a few leather purses. He put one back. "No, that will kill pain, but not be much aid to sleep." He sniffed another. "No, that will make you vomit." He searched his other things and finally closed the flaps on the pouches. "I'm afraid I didn't bring anything so simple with me. I only brought rare items." Richard sighed. "Thanks for trying, anyway." Dreffin turned to Nadine. She was bottled zeal, pressing her lips together with restrained delight as the others talked. "The things you gave Yonek's mother wouldn't be strong enough for Richard," Dreffin said to her. "Do you have any hops?" "Sure," she said calmly, but obviously pleased that someone had at last asked her.
In tincture, of course.
Perfect, Dreffin said. He slapped Richard on the back. You can meditate another time. Tonight you will be asleep in no time. Nadine will fix you a preparation. I'll go start checking with the staff and giving them my recommendations.
Don't forget to meditate, Richard muttered as Dreffin departed.
Berdine remained behind, studying the journal, as Nadine, Kara, Raina, Ulick, Egan, and Kalin all followed Richard to his room not far away. Ulick and Egan took up posts outside in the hall. The rest of them went into the room with Richard. Inside, Richard tossed his gold cloak over a chair. He pulled the baldric over his head and laid the sword of truth atop it. He wearily drew his gold-trimmed tunic over his head and removed his shirt, leaving him with a black armless undershirt. Nadine watched from the corner of her eye while she softly counted each drop aloud as it dripped into a glass of water. Richard flopped down on the edge of the bed.
Kara, would you pull my boots off for me, please?
Kara rolled her eyes. Do I look like a valet? She squatted to the task when Richard smiled. He leaned back on his elbows. Tell Berdine that I want her to look for any reference to this Mountain of the Four Winds place. See what else she can find out about it. Kara looked up from his feet. What a brilliant idea, she said with mock enthusiasm. I bet she would never have thought of that on her own, all wise and knowing master. All right. I guess I'm not needed. How's my magic potion coming over there? Just finished, Nadine said in a cheery voice. Kara grunted as she yanked off his other boot. Undo your pants and I'll pull them off too. Richard scowled down at her. I'll manage, thank you. Kara smirked to herself as he rolled off the bed and went to Nadine. She handed him the glass of water with the tincture of hops. She had put something else in the glass of water, too. Don't drink it all. I put in 50 drops. That's way more than you should need, but I wanted to leave you with extra. Drink about a third, and then if you wake in the night, you can always drink another swallow or two. I put in some valerian and skullcap, too, to help ensure you go into a deep and dreamless sleep. Richard downed half of it. His face contorted. As bad as this tastes, it will put me to sleep or else kill me. Nadine smiled at him. You'll sleep like a baby. Babies don't sleep all that well from what I've heard. Nadine laughed in a soft lilt. You'll sleep, Richard, I promise. If you wake too early, just take a little more. Thanks. He sat down on the edge of the bed, looking from one woman to the next. I'll manage with my pants, I swear. Kara rolled her eyes and headed for the door, urging Nadine along before her. Kalin kissed his cheek. Get in bed. I'll come back in and tuck you in and kiss you good night as soon as I see to the guards. Raina followed Kalin out and closed the door. Nadine was waiting, rocking back and forth on her heels. How's the arm? Do you need a poultice? My arm is much better, Kalin said. I think it's fine now, but thank you for asking. Kalin clasped her hands and stood watching Nadine. Kara watched Nadine. Raina watched Nadine. Nadine's gaze moved from one woman to the next. She glanced to Ulick and Egan, who were watching her too. All right, then. Good night. Good night, Kalin, Kara, and Raina said as one. They watched as Nadine strolled off. I still say you should have let me kill her, Kara said under her breath. I may yet let you, Kalin said. She knocked on the door. Richard, you in bed? Yes. Kara started to follow as Kalin opened the door. Kalin turned. I'll only be a minute. I don't think you can spoil my honor in a minute. Kara frowned. With Lord Rawl, anything is possible. Raina laughed and slapped Kara's arm, making her leave Kalin be. I wouldn't worry. With what we've seen today, neither of us would be in the mood, Kalin said. She shut the door. A single candle was lit. Richard was covered to his stomach. Kalin sat on the edge of the bed and took his hand. She held it to her heart. Are you terribly disappointed, he asked. Richard, we will be married. I've waited my whole life for you. We're together, that's all that really matters. Richard smiled. His tired eyes sparkled. Well, not all. Kalin couldn't help smiling herself. She kissed his knuckles. Just as long as you know that I understand, she said. I didn't want you to go to sleep thinking I was heartbroken that we can't be married just now. We'll be married when we can. He put his other hand to the back of her neck and pulled her into a gentle kiss. She laid a hand on his bare chest, feeling his warm flesh, his breathing, his heartbeat. If she hadn't been so devastated by the suffering children she had seen that day, the feel of him would have ignited longing in her own breast. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you, now and always," he whispered back. She blew out the candle. "Sleep well, my love." Kara eyed Kalin suspiciously as she closed the door. "That was 2 minutes." Kalin ignored Kara's little jab. "Raina, would you guard Richard's room until you go to bed, and then have a guard posted?" "Yes, Mother Confessor." "Ulick, Egan, with that sleep potion, Richard may not be able to awake if he were in danger. I'd like one of you to be here when Raina goes to bed." Ulick folded his massive arms. "Mother Confessor, neither of us has any intention of leaving this spot as long as Lord Rahl is asleep." Egan pointed at the floor against the opposite wall. "One of us can take a nap if need be. We'll both be here. Don't be concerned for Lord Rahl's safety while he is sleeping." "Thank you, all of you. One other thing. Nadine isn't to be allowed into his room, for any reason. None whatsoever." They all nodded in satisfaction. Kalin turned to the blonde-headed Mord Sith. "Kara, go get Berdine. I'm going to get a cloak. Both of you should bring your cloaks, too. It's a foul night." "And where are we going?" "I'll meet you both out in the stables." "The stables? Why do you want to go out there? It's time for dinner." Kara would never really balk at a duty over a matter so petty as dinner. She was suspicious. "Grab something from the kitchens that we can take with us, then." Kara clasped her hands behind her back. "Where are we going?" "For a ride." "A ride? Mother Confessor, where are we going?" "The Wizard's Keep." Both Kara and Raina lifted an eyebrow. Kara's surprise turned to a frown of disapproval. "Does Lord Rahl know that you want to go up to the keep?" "Of course not. If I had told him why I'm going, he would have insisted on going too. He needs sleep, so I didn't tell him." "And why are we going?" "Because the Temple of the Winds is gone. The wizards who did it were put on trial. There are records in the keep of all the trials held there. I want to find that record. Tomorrow, Richard can read it over after he's gotten some sleep. It could help him." "Makes sense, going to the Wizard's Keep after dark. I will go get Berdine and some food and meet you in the stables. We'll make a picnic of it," Kara said with blithe sarcasm. Chapter 34. Kalin batted the big wet snowflakes from her lashes and pulled the hood of her cloak forward as she considered the foolishness of not thinking to change out of her white confessor's dress. She stood in the stirrups, reached between her legs, and pulled more of the back of the dress under her bare legs to protect them from the cold saddle. Fortunately, her boots were high enough that hiking up the dress to sit in the saddle didn't expose her calves to the wind. She was glad, though, to be back on Nick, the big war horse her Galilean soldiers had given her. Nick was an old friend. Kara and Berdine looked just as uncomfortable as she, but Kalin knew that it was because they feared going to a place of magic. They had been in the Wizard's Keep before. They didn't want to return. Back at the stables, they had tried to talk her out of it. Kalin had reminded them of the plague. Nick's ears twitched even before the dark shapes of soldiers appeared out of the swirling snow to challenge them. Kalin knew they had reached the stone bridge. The soldiers were posted just to the city side of it. The men sheathed their swords when Kara growled at them, pleased to have someone handy upon whom to vent her foul mood. "Terrible night to be out, Mother Confessor," one of the soldiers said, happy to address someone other than the Mord Sith. "Terrible night to be stationed out here," she said. The man looked back over his shoulder. "Any night you're stationed on watch up here at the keep is a terrible night." Kalin smiled. "The keep looks sinister, soldier, but it's not so bad as it looks." "If you say so, Mother Confessor. Myself, I think I'd just as soon stand guard over the underworld itself." "No one has tried to get in the keep, have they?" "If they had, you'd have heard about it, or found our bodies, Mother Confessor." Kalin urged her big stallion on. Nick snorted and surged ahead on the slick snow. She trusted him in such conditions and let him lead the way. Kara and Berdine both swayed easily in their saddles as they followed behind. Back in the stables, Kara had snatched her horse's bit, looked the animal in the eye, and ordered it not to give her any trouble. Kalin had the odd feeling that the bay mare understood the warning. Kalin could just see the stone walls at the sides of the bridge, just as well that the horses couldn't see the chasm beyond. She knew Nick wouldn't spook, but she wasn't sure about the other two. The sheer rock walls of the yawning abyss dropped for thousands of feet. Unless you had wings, there was only this one way into the wizard's keep. In the snowy darkness, the vast keep, its soaring walls of dark stone, its ramparts, bastions, towers, connecting passageways, and bridges, all blended into the inky darkness of the side of the mountain into which it was built. To those without magic, or those who didn't understand magic, the keep presented an unmistakable spectacle of sinister menace. Kalin had grown up in Aidendrill, and had been up to the keep uncountable times, more often than not alone. Even as a child, she had been allowed to go alone to the keep, as were the other young confessors. When she was little, wizards had tickled her and chased her through the halls, laughing with her. The keep was a second home to her, comfortably safe, welcoming, and protective. She knew, though, that there were dangers in the keep, just as in any home. A home could be a safe, welcoming place, as long as one wasn't foolish enough to walk into the hearth. There were places in the keep you didn't walk into either. It was only when she was older that she no longer went to the keep alone. When a confessor became older, it was dangerous to go anywhere alone. After a confessor had begun taking confessions, it wasn't safe for her to be without the protection of her wizard. When she was older, a confessor earned enemies. Family of the condemned rarely believed that a loved one had committed violent crimes, or they blamed confessors for the man's death sentence, even though she was only the means of confirming its justice. There were always attempts on the lives of confessors. There was no shortage of people, from commoners to kings, wanting a confessor dead. "How are we going to get through the shields without Lord Rahl?" Berdine asked. "His magic enabled us to pass through before. We won't be able to get through the shields." Kalin smiled assurance to the two moored Sith. Richard didn't know where he was going. He just blundered through the keep, going where he needed to go on instinct. I know the ways to go that don't require magic to pass. There may be a few mild shields that will keep people out, but I can pass those. If I can pass, then I can get you through them by touching you when you pass through, the same way Richard took you through the more powerful shields. Kara grunted disagreeably. She had been hoping that the shields would stop them. "Kara, I've been in the keep thousands of times. It's perfectly safe. We're just going to the libraries. Just as you are my protector out in the world, in the keep I will be yours. We are sisters of the Aegil. I won't let you get anywhere near dangerous magic. Trust me?" "Well, I guess you are a sister of the Aegil. I can trust a sister of the Aegil." They passed under the huge portcullis and onto the keep grounds. Once inside the massive outer walls, the snow melted as it touched the ground. Kalin pushed back her hood. Inside the walls it was warm and comfortable. She shook the snow from her cloak and took a deep breath of the spring fresh air, filling her lungs with the familiar soothing scent. Nick whinnied agreeably. Kalin led the two moored Sith across the stretch of gravel and stone chips to the arched opening in the wall that tunneled under part of the keep. As they passed through the long passageway, the lamps hanging from Kara and Berdine's saddles lit the arched stone around them in an orange glow. "Why are we going through here?" Kara asked. "Lord Rahl took us in that big door back there." "I know. That's one reason you're afraid of the keep. That was a very dangerous way to go in. I'm taking us to the way I usually enter. It's much better, you'll see. It's not the way visitors entered either, but the way used by those who lived and worked here. The public came in at a different door, a place where they were greeted by a guide who saw to their wants." Beyond the tunnel, all three horses eyed the expansive paddock, lush with grass. The gravel road ran beside the wall that held the main entrance to the keep, with a fence on the other side of the road enclosing the paddock. To the left, part of the paddock was bounded by the walls of the keep rather than a fence. At the rear were stables. Kalin dismounted and opened the gate. After removing saddles and tack, All three of them turned their horses loose in the paddock, where they could crop grass and frisk in the mild air if they wished. A dozen wide granite steps, worn smooth and swayback over the millennia, led up into a recessed entryway to the simple but heavy double doors into the keep proper. Kara and Berdine followed behind with the lamps. The anteroom swallowed the lamplight into its vast space, only allowing the weak flames to hint at the columns and arches.
"What's that?" Berdine asked in a low whisper. "It sounds like a storm drain."
"There aren't rats in here, are there?" "Actually, it's a fountain," Kaelin said, her voice echoing into the distance. "And yes, Kara, there are rats in the keep, but not where I'm taking you. Promise. Here, give me your lamp. Let me show you the bones of this menacing dungeon." Kaelin took the lamp and strode to one of the key lamps on the wall to the right. She could walk there without the aid of the lamp. She had done it so often, but she needed the lamp's flame. She found the key lamp, tilted back the tall chimney, and lit it with the flame from Kara's lamp. The key lamp took to flame. With a succession of whooshing sounds, the rest of the lamps in the room lit. Hundreds of them, two at a time, in pairs, one to each side. Each whoosh was followed almost simultaneously by another, as the lamps around the huge room took to flame from the key lamp. The light in the room grew. The effect was like turning up the wick on a lamp. In a span of seconds, the anteroom was nearly as bright as day, bathed in the mellow yellow-orange glow of all the flames. Kara and Berdine stood slack-jawed at the sight. 100 feet overhead, the glassed roof was dark, but in the day, it flooded the room with warmth and light. At night, if the sky was clear, you could turn down the lamps and gaze at the stars, or let the moonlight wash the room. In the center of the tiled floor stood a clover leaf-shaped fountain. Water shot 15 feet into the air above the top bowl to cascade down each successive tier into ever wider scalloped bowls, finally running from evenly spaced points in the bottom one in perfectly matched arcs into the lower pool. An outer wall of variegated white marble was wide enough to act as a bench. Berdine stepped down one step of the 5 that ringed the room. "It's beautiful," she whispered in astonishment. Kara gazed about at the red marble columns holding the arches below the balcony that ran all the way around the oval-shaped room. She had a smile on her lips. "This is nothing like the place Lord Rahl took us." Kara frowned. "The lamps. That was magic. There is magic in here. You said you would keep us away from magic." "I said I would keep you away from dangerous magic. The lamps are kind of like a shield, except in reverse. Instead of keeping people out, they're an enabling shield to welcome and help them enter. It's a friendly kind of magic, Kara." "Friendly, sure. Come on, we came here for a purpose. We have work to do." Kaelin took them to the libraries via the elegant, warm halls, rather than the frightening way they had gone before. They encountered only 3 shields. Kaelin's magic allowed her to pass these, and by holding Kara and Berdine's hands, it was possible to get them through, too, though both complained about a tingling sensation. These shields didn't guard dangerous areas, and so were weaker than others in the keep. There were shields that Kaelin couldn't pass, like the ones Richard had taken her through to go down to the Sliff, though Kaelin thought there might be other ways to get down there. There were shields which Richard had gone through that in her experience no wizard had ever crossed before. They came to an intersection with a hall of light pink stone running down both sides. At places, the hall opened into commodious rooms, ringed with padded benches for conversing or reading. Beyond double doors in each of these large outer rooms was a library. "I've been here," Berdine said. "I remember this." "Yes, Richard brought you here, but by a different route." Kaelin continued on to the 8th sitting room and went through the double doors into the library there. She used her lamp to light the key lamp, and as before, all the rest lit, lifting the room out of its pitch blackness, bringing it to life. The floors were polished wood, with walls paneled in the same honey-colored oak. During the day, glassed windows on the far wall bathed the room with light and provided a beautiful view of Adendril. Now, through the snow, Kaelin could only occasionally see the lights of the city below. She strode down the aisle between the reading tables and the rows upon rows of bookshelves, looking for the one she remembered. In this room alone, there were 145 rows of books. There were comfortable chairs to use while reading, but tonight they would need the tables to lay out the books.
So this is the library, Kara said. In the Hara, at the People's Palace, there are libraries much larger than this. This is only one of 26 rooms like this. I can only imagine how many thousands of books are here in the keep, Kalen said. Then how are we ever going to find the ones we're looking for? Berdine asked. It shouldn't be as hard as it sounds. The libraries can be a bewildering maze when you wish to find something. I used to know a wizard who searched on and off his whole life for a bit of information he knew was in the libraries. He never found it. Then how can we? Because there are a few things that are specialized enough that they are kept together. Books of language, for example. I can take you to all the books on any specific language because they're not about magic and so they're in one place. I don't know how books on magic and prophecy are organized, if they even are. Anyway, this library is where certain records are kept, such as the records of trials held here. I've not read them, but I was taught about them. Kalen turned and led them between two rows of shelves. Nearly midway down the 50-foot-long aisle, she came to a halt. Here they are. I can see by the writing on the spines that they're in different languages. Since I know all the languages but High Daharan, I'll search all the ones in other languages. Kara, you look at the ones in ours, and Berdine, you take the ones in High Daharan. The three of them started picking books from the shelves and carrying them to the tables, separating them into 3 stacks. There weren't as many as Kalen had feared. Berdine had only 7 books, Kara had 15, and Kalen 11 in a variety of languages. For Berdine, it would be slow going translating the Daharan, but Kalen was fluent in the other languages, and she would be able to help with Kara's stack as soon as she finished her own. As Kalen started in, she quickly found that it was going to be easier than she'd first thought. Each trial began with a statement of the type of crime, making it simple to eliminate those that had nothing to do with the Temple of the Winds. There were charges against the accused ranging from the taking of a cherished object of little worth to murder. A sorceress was accused of casting a glamour, but was found innocent. A boy of 12 was accused of starting a fight in which another boy's arm was broken. Because the aggressor had used magic to cause the injury, the sentence was the suspension of his training for a period of 1 year. A wizard was accused of being a drunkard, a 3rd offense, the prior punishments having failed to halt his belligerent behavior. He was found guilty and sentenced to death. The sentence was carried out 2 days later, when he had sobered. Habitually, drunken wizards were viewed not with tolerance, but as the true dangers they were, capable in their inebriated state of causing mass injury and death. Kalen herself had seen wizards drink to excess only 1 time. The accounts of the trials were fascinating, but the seriousness of their purpose kept Kalen skimming through the books, looking for a reference to the Temple of the Winds, or to a team charged with a crime. The other 2 were making quick progress, too. In an hour, Kalen had finished all 11 books in the other languages. Berdine had only 3 left, and Kara 6. Anything? Kalen asked. Kara lifted an eyebrow. I just found an account of a wizard who fancied hiking up his robes in front of women in the market on Stenter Street and commanding them to kiss the serpent. I never knew wizards could get themselves in such a variety of trouble. They're people, just like any other people. No, they're not. They have magic, Kara said. So do I. Have you found anything, Berdine? No, not what we're looking for, just common crimes. Kalen reached for one of the books Kara hadn't been through, but paused. Berdine, you were down in the room with the sliff. Berdine made a show of shivering and produced a sound of revulsion from deep in her throat. Don't remind me. Kalen shut her eyes, trying to remember the room. She remembered Kolo's bones, and she remembered the sliff, but she only vaguely recalled what else was in the room. Berdine, do you remember if there were any other books down there? Berdine bit down on the end of a fingernail as she squinted in concentration. I remember finding Kolo's journal open on the table, an inkwell and pen, I remember Kolo's bones lying on the floor next to the chair with most of his clothes long ago rotted away. His leather belt was still around him. Kaelin remembered much the same thing. But do you remember if there were any books on the shelves? Berdine turned her eyes up as she thought. No. No, there weren't, or no, you don't remember? No, I don't remember. Lord Rahl was really excited about finding Kolo's journal. He said it was something different from the books in the library, and he felt it was what he had been searching for, something different. We left right after that. Kaelin stood. You two keep going through these books. I'm going down there and have a look, just to be sure. Kara's chair clattered against the floor as she stood. I will go with you. There are rats down there. Her expression vexed. Kara put a hand on her hip. I've seen rats before. I will go with you. Kaelin remembered well Kara's story about the rats. Kara, there's no need. I don't need your protection in the keep. Outside, yes, but in here I know the dangers better than you. I told you I wouldn't take you near dangerous magic. Down there is dangerous magic. Then there is danger to you. No, because I know about it. You don't. The danger would be to you, not me. I grew up here. My own mother let me have the run of the keep when I was a little girl because I was taught about the dangers and how to avoid them. I know what I'm doing. Please stay here with Berdine and finish going through the books. It will save us time, and it's important. The sooner we find the one we're looking for, the sooner we can get home to watch over Richard. That's where our real concern is. Kara's leather creaked as she shifted her weight. I guess you would know the dangers of the magic here better than I. I think you're right about getting home. Nadine is back there. Chapter 35. Kaelin tried to overlay her mental map of the keep on the passageways, stairwells, and rooms she traversed as she wound her way lower. Rats squeaked and skittered away from her lamp. Although she had often seen the tower outside Kolo's room from the ramparts and walkways up on top of the keep, she had never been down inside it until Richard had taken her there. Unfortunately, Richard had taken her there by way of dangerous passages, through shields she would never be able to get through on her own. She was confident that there were other routes down to Kolo's room. There were vast areas of the keep that weren't protected by any shields at all. She had only to find a way without shields, or with shields that her magic would be able to pass. The areas that Richard had taken her, protected by dangerous shields, she didn't know at all, since she had never been beyond those before, but she was familiar with a myriad of ways to get around them. Oftentimes, the hard shields, as the wizards used to call them, were meant to protect something just beyond, rather than specifically to prevent passage to another area. Many of the rooms Richard had taken her through were like that, places of menacing magic she had never seen before. They oftentimes provided a more direct route, but required special magic. If she was correct, that Richard had traversed a maze through dangerous places rather than going through hard shields specifically protecting the tower, then there would be a way around the dangerous areas and into the tower room. In her experience, that was the way the keep worked. If the tower room was meant to be off limits, then it would be protected by its own hard shields. If it wasn't forbidden, then there would be at least one way she could enter. She had but to find it. Even though she had spent a great deal of time in the keep, much of that time was spent in the library, studying. She had explored, of course, but the keep was almost inconceivably vast. Not only was the part that could be seen from the outside immense, but much more of the keep was burrowed into the mountain. The outer walls were only the tip of the keep, the visible part of the tooth, with much more of the root hidden beneath. Kaelin went through an empty room, chiseled from bedrock, to one of the passages on the other side. There were numerous empty rooms in the wizard's keep. Some of them, like the one she had just passed through, seemed nothing more than junctions where various passages connected, possibly enlarged to provide reference points. The square-sided passage through the rock ahead appeared carefully cut and smoothed. Her lamp illuminated bands of symbols incised in the granite, with round areas in the field of swirling carvings polished to a high luster. Each encircling band marked the location of a mild shield that tingled against her flesh as she passed through.
Ahead, she saw the hall split into 3 passageways. Before she reached the junction, the air about her suddenly hummed. It took 2 steps before she could halt her onward rush. Each of those 2 steps caused the hum to raise in pitch to an uncomfortable buzzing. Her long hair lifted from her shoulders and back to stand straight out in all directions. The band carved in the stone ahead immediately began to glow red. Kaylin retreated several paces. The humming lowered in pitch. Her hair settled down. She cursed under her breath. A humming shield was an urgent warning to stay away. The red glow displayed the region of the shield itself. The hum warned that you were entering the field of a dangerous shield. Some of these hard shields would actually prevent a person without the required magic from getting too close, by making the very air get as thick as mud and then stone. Some of the humming shields didn't prevent entry, but walking into one would sear the flesh and muscle right off a person's bones. The lesser shields were meant to keep people without magic, and thus knowledge, from getting close to the danger. Kaylin turned and held up the lamp as she quickly retraced her steps to the room. She took a different passageway that ran in the general direction she wanted to go. It was a much more congenial-looking hall, with whitewashed walls and ceiling, making the lamp better able to brighten her way. She encountered no shields at all in the white hall. A stairway took her lower into the keep. Another stone hall at the bottom provided quick travel devoid of shields. In her mind, she was retracing the halls, rooms, stairs, and cramped tunnels, and was pretty sure that by eliminating the false route she had taken, there was a way to get to and from the tower without encountering any shields. Kaylin threw open the door at the end of the stone hall and stepped out onto a walkway with an iron railing. She held the lamp up in front of her. She stood at the bottom level of the tower. The walkway ringed the hall. Stairs wound their way up around the inside of the immense stone tower, with landings at other doors along the way. In the center, at the bottom of the tower, lurked a pool of black water. Rocks broke the surface of the water here and there. Bugs skittered across the inky surface of the pool. Salamanders rested on the rocks, their eyes rolling to watch her. This was the place where she and Richard had fought the Mriswith Queen. Her stinking, broken eggs still littered the rock. Small bits of the door blasted from Kolo's room still floated in the pool, providing islands for fat bugs that hissed at the intrusion. Across the water, on the opposite side of the round tower room, was the opening to Kolo's room. Kaylin quickly made her way around the walkway to the wide platform outside Kolo's room. The doorway had been blown open, leaving blackened, jagged edges. In some places, the stone itself was melted like candle wax. The tower wall outside the doorway was streaked with blackened lines of soot from the unleashed power that had opened Kolo's room for the first time in millennia. When Richard had destroyed the Towers of Perdition, it had destroyed the magic seal on this room, too. The towers had sealed the old world away from the new in the Great War 3,000 years before. They had also sealed the room with the sliff, and sealed in the man who had been unfortunate enough to be the one guarding her at the time. Stone fragments crunched under her feet as Kaylin stepped into the room where Kolo had died, the room where dwelled the sliff. The silence was oppressive. It droned in her ears, making her welcome the relief of her footsteps. Richard had awakened the sliff after thousands of years. The sliff had taken Richard to the old world and had brought him and Kaylin safely back to Aidendril. When they returned, Richard had put the sliff back to sleep. All the years Kaylin had spent in the keep, and she had never known the sliff was there. Kaylin couldn't even imagine the magic the wizards of old could use to conjure a being such as the sliff, or how they could have put her to sleep for all that time so that she could wake again. Only at the fringes of her imagination could she conceive of the power Richard wielded, but didn't comprehend. What would the war wizards of old, who knew their gift well, have been able to do with such unfathomable magic? What terrors would a war among those with that kind of power have been like? The very thought gave her shivers. It would have been things like the plague that had been set upon them now. They could do those kinds of things. The lamplight fell across Kolo's bones beside the chair. The pen and inkwell still sat on the dusty table. The round room, nearly 60 feet across, was capped with a high domed ceiling, itself nearly as tall as the room was wide. In the center was a round stone wall, like a well, 25 or 30 feet across. There dwelled the Sliff. Kalin held the light over the wall of the well and glanced briefly down the smooth stone walls of the dark shaft that fell away seemingly forever.